take flight. Marc D with the C's got the key to life. Retro toys and comics we adore. TV and movies, let's explore. Sunday Night Geekery, it's the place to be. With Marc D with the C, let your nerd run free. Old school vibes and stories untold. Tune in, tune out, let the magic unfold.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Sunday Night Geekery, issue or episode, however you want to call it, 160. And congratulations to Taylor Swift for going back to the Super Bowl. We'll do a little sports balling tonight, but let's say hi, of course, ladies first, to Mrs. Dadman. And why don't we use this as Mrs. Dadman's intro? Let's.
Yes.
I like this one. Yeah.
Where'd they go?
Right there.
Oh, screw you!
I
that's
love
classic.
that one.
There. Yeah.
Yeah, we're all here too for
You're
that.
having way too much fun with that, Mark. You still do.
Yeah.
Coming over that way.
God damn it, Mark! Jeez.
I love them. I love
We're
them.
already off to a good start. We're off to.
Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly. You gotta have something on Dave C by now, though.
Yeah, I got to
Yeah.
do either Big Trouble in Little China. I must.
You haven't gotten some on him in Fortnite yet, though.
That's what I'm really
well,
looking
I
at.
got-
Is a girl
I
with
haven't
green
got-
eyes.
There got to be something. Yeah, I got something Godzilla. Yep. But let's catch up to the chat. But yes, that's should be on my list of things to do. But hail to Tim FKH. Hail. And Dave is saying hi in the chat. And yep, remember Clobberin' Time. So let's play this. Hail to our buddy Clobberin' Times.
That's me.
And,
Hold on, guys.
That's okay. Oh, Maddie's daddy's here. So
Hey, Steve.
you know what happens when he's in the house. And we've got Aged Atwood and Lemon Pie. And who else is hanging out there? I think we're caught up. Good. Actually, I got to let me tweet this out. But Dad, man, you wanted to talk a little about the sports ball, and I couldn't believe that wasn't a first down towards the end of the game for the Bills. I mean, that was like how could you not call that a first? And my wife and I are watching the game, and they're like, calling the field is upheld. They're like, oh, first down, right? I'm like,
Well,
wait,
they
why
did
the
it.
Chiefs
They
have
did
the
it a
ball?
couple plays before, and I'm like floored that they went for 4th and 1 at midfield. Then they did it again, and it's like, but it happens all the time in football. It happens all the time where two line judges come in, one overtakes
Separate.
the other. I thought the guy on the far side had it marked, which would have been a first down, but they moved it to the other guy. But then again, it was reviewed. The review it's not like it was an unreviewed play. This happens all the time in football. People get hosed all the time, and now we're going to have nonstop wildfire conspiracies with that. Because after that, though, it still gets down to Buffalo didn't stop them on defense.
Yeah.
At that point, Buffalo had the ball back again, did not score. They had chances to overcome it. That happens all the time in officiating, and I've seen it so much in my life. My biggest thing is, why the hell are you going for 4th and a foot in that situation? But you just
Well, now the NFL, everyone goes for the 4th down, but
because of analytics, and JT and I talk about that all the time. So.
Yeah, one of my friends were texting during the game, which is really fun, and he's like, totally a first down. Bills have to beat the refs too. I bought into the conspiracy. And he's a huge, massive Eagles fan. I don't know if he still has Eagles season tickets, but they did at one point, or his dad did growing up.
I know, and I understand the jokes, because now we got to watch Swifty again. Oh, okay. But I as much football as I've seen that happen multiple times. If anybody wants to blame anybody, blame the officials in the booth, because that. But even then, when I saw the replay, it looked hard to tell where the ball was on that one for me. But you know how they say it's got to be indisputable proof to overturn the call.
But you could see where the ball was in the overhead view. It was clearly on the line. I mean, sometimes you can't see, but when you're playing that, of course, I can't play that replay because I'll get nuked. And
right, yeah.
But I mean, it was over. There was no doubt that it was on the line. You know,
I thought he made the line even without the overhead shot. I thought the guy on the
Yeah.
far side had the right spot.
Yeah, and you
That's
could
why
see
I
the
figured.
ball too. And then even the ref on TV was like, what's his name? The official, you know, the
You had the two
guy
line
that-
judges. You had the two line judges. They
Yeah,
have
yeah.
responsibility for the line of scrimmage and the marking along the line.
Yeah.
And they showed it too. The guy on the near side was coming in a foot shorter. The guy on the far side, on the Buffalo side, was coming down the line.
Yeah.
And he looked like he had the proper spot. But again, why didn't the replay catch it?
Yeah, why did how did the replay not? That's what I don't understand, because you could clearly see that the ball was, you know, I'm not a fan of either team, but eventually they're going to put a sensor in the ball, I think.
I'm just tired of all these.
respect.
I'm tired of all these coaches going for 4th and a foot at midfield or at the 40 line all the time. Sometimes just punt the damn ball, play some defense, and play like old school football. But it's out of control. It's like we're trying to play every modern game like a video game, like Madden and all, where every game's 68 to 57, and everybody's going for every fourth. Buffalo got 2 4th down touchdowns. When the hell does that happen? And that used to not be like earlier. I thought they should have kicked the field goal, but they got the touchdown on that 4th down play. You know, but then again, and I won't even get started on 2-point conversions for you tonight. I've already taken to Twitter on that.
Oh my God, that kills me every time. How many points would the Bills have had if they hadn't chased the 2 points?
All I know is that when
I'm trying to remember, was it 3 points?
I think I had to go back and look. I know there was at least 1 point that they left on the board, but the thing is but it also changes the dynamics, because see, then later if Kansas City would have gotten 2, they would have only been up 6, not 7. So then when they were down 5, instead of having that 1 point, Kansas City went for 2, which I didn't think they should have, but they got it to 7. It's just take the point. Until you need to in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah,
you know,
Kansas City did make 1 2-point conversion. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like take the single point unless you're in the last 5 minutes of the game. But then again, I'm an old fart. All these young whippersnappers with their damn analytic books and stuff come in and hijack the game. So anyway. But man, I sound like Bear Bryant football, and I hate that.
It's always been one of the things that's super it's always bugged me. Always bugged me big time was, you know, that silliness of not, you know, going for the 2 way too early, and it's
way too early.
Crazy with it now. Like you should never go for the 2 in the first half.
The worst thing that happened, even the third quarter, the worst thing that ever happened is they brought the 2-point conversion into the NFL. It really has changed the game, and I think now it's okay. Like preseason games, go for 2 and get in preseason. It's a good way to not have overtime games, and that's fine. But like in this, you're in a championship game. Every point is precious. You take the point, and you take the point. You never know. You get a field goal or something else makes a difference. And instead, if you leave those points on take them off the board and don't take the point. Like Buffalo, they had gone for the 1. Kansas City, if they got 2, would have been up 6. Well, what's wrong with that? Because, or like Kansas City should have taken the 6, because there's no guarantee in the modern NFL that 7 points is needed. Because how many missed extra points do we have? Because they pushed it back a ways, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Kansas City had not got it, they would have a 5-point lead, and a Buffalo touchdown would have won the game. I mean,
yeah. I'm trying to remember how many times. I think Buffalo went for the 2.3 times. Is that?
I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look.
How many points should they have had? That's my.
I'll take a look at that real quick while I'm looking here. So, folks, tell you, Mark and I are geeking out. We are nerding out on sports statistics, and this is like, you know, like I said, I've always said that sports can be turned into a lot of geeky and nerdy type stuff when you look into some of these things, the stats, the strategy and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really a strategic game in a lot of ways. I'm trying to see. Let me see the recap real quick. I'm looking like it might be 2 at least.
It was a minimum 2 that they lost. Of course, then they hit it. Then they're
right, like Kansas City in the 4th quarter. Kansas City happened to hit theirs. Let's see. Buffalo 2-point conversion failed in the first half. Oh, no wonder it was 21-16 at halftime. I was wondering what the heck
Yeah.
happened. So you got one there, and you could
And the
2-point conversion failed in the third quarter.
That's 2.
So that's 2. So that's 2. Buffalo
Math
would
is-
left 2. Buffalo
Mm.
left 2 points on the board. So
So 2 point. Yeah. So they would have had two more points. Yeah.
right, and then you take away. Now it's all the what ifs because
yeah,
you never know. Kansas City might not have tried that 2-point conversion late in the game. I mean, you're looking at
right.
30-30 maybe or something. Just it's just they make the game too complicated with all this stuff nowadays.
Well, no, the problem is that most of the time they don't get it.
Yeah,
they screw. Yeah, and they screw up. Yeah, so that's
exactly
that's the problem. Yeah.
No,
so
I agree.
So
So
it's
I
not
mean,
like it's
but-
not like
but-
that it's.
go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
No, well, I was just gonna say no. I was just gonna say that it's not like they get it that you get it like 90% of the time. Not like the the 1-point conversion. It always ends up biting you in the ass.
Yep.
When you need it in the end, right? And
Absolutely.
out
So many
Dave.
times.
Yep.
Too many times. But like I said though, I didn't see the whole game. I came in at the second half. The only call that I saw that was questionable what was like that at the that one play, the marking on that line. And yeah, I didn't agree with it, and I was stunned that I was stunned that they didn't overturn it on replay. But
yeah, my wife and I were both, and she's not a big sports ball fan or cares that she'll watch the game and enjoy it, but she's like, but wait, I thought it was a first down for the Bills.
Yeah, I know. It's exactly. I thought the other one they were stopped short, and then of course they had it, and I don't know, but
Well, what do you guys think in the chat? Well, I should put that into question. I never do questions, but hail to Daniel Berry. We got a lot of sports highlights coming up.
Hey,
Super Bowl,
absolutely.
yep.
Buddy Hepburn too. Hey,
Yeah,
buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Yep. So,
But I didn't think it was. I mean, everybody's talking about this like all this scripted thing. I thought it was a pretty balanced, officiated game. But I've seen that play go that way many times in my life watching football over 50+ years. You blame
especially
the
now with the
people.
replay too, and
Yeah,
all the millions of replays. I mean,
But
eventually they've got to put a sensor in the ball. I know that tech is coming, and I think they can even do it now. But no, you can.
Yeah.
The problem is it's got to be very reliable, because if it doesn't work for one call, but in 10 to 15 years, that'll happen. Well, you'll have an air tag in the ball, basically, where exactly where the ball is at all times.
No, I got you.
On the field, and then there'd be no, like in hockey with now they've got the cameras in the net, but they didn't have that before. You didn't have that advanced replay. Now they're using it, so that's that makes a huge difference. But you want the right team to win too. You don't want and of course, the Bills didn't stop them, but it's momentum too. That's the other thing. It's that changes a lot of the game too when you get something like that.
Mhm.
And then the other team goes, the other team gets momentum, and yeah.
Yeah, I know. It was a good game though. I thought
yeah.
Although we still had to watch Swift, because I know that last score or touchdown that Kansas City got, we had to get the Swift shot in the press box.
Yeah, but of course you can't blame. Yeah, I mean they didn't show her too much this time too, I guess. So initially they were showing her all the time. So, and she is the most popular pop star in the world. Hey, Brogu's here. Oh, sorry, Brogu. I'm doing 3 things at once. I'm editing an overlay, watching the chat, and trying to talk at the same time.
Oh, you do better than I do, Mark. I can't type out a tweet and talk at the same time.
Yeah, which is my bad, because I should have had this done earlier. But trying to get the. We're gonna do a slideshow for section 31 once we get into that.
Oh, I've heard about that.
I just want to have an overlay up.
God. Well, we might be out by that point, but hey.
Well, yeah. No, we can comment. No, with the slideshow, you can comment and explain things.
Oh, well, that could be fun, I guess.
Yeah, you could,
we could MST3K it, I guess.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, there was a I think on Twitter, somebody did a really nice critique it was a bad for the movie critique, but they started off immediately with, let's just take the Star Trek part out and talk about just the dynamics. And it went, but that thing, man, it was a long tweet, but they kept it, they kept it cool, right? And I read it and I was like, yeah, that's pretty much about right. But it was like, never mind, you're going to show it, so I won't.
We're going to kind of talk about it, but of course.
I will say one thing that was positive this week. Mrs. started her watch parties on Batman the Animated Series.
Oh, yeah. How did that go?
I actually liked it. Mrs., what do you think?
I really liked it. I really, really did. And I tell you, it was so neat being on here last week and talking about it some and getting the animation aspect of it from Steve.
Yeah.
It was Steve. Yeah. Okay. All of a sudden I'm going, oh, wait a minute. Is that the right name? Because I'm terrible.
Yeah, no, that was Steve. Yeah, it was Thor.
Yeah. So, and so I was not only watching the show, which was fantastic, just watching it, but watching the animation and understanding why they did some of the stuff they did. It just added another level to it. And obviously the people that were in the chat, because they were talking and, kind of some of them were giving like little backstories and stuff like that. So that was really, really neat too. But I loved them. I really did.
So which episodes did you watch? Because it was
first,
on Leather Wings. Did you watch first or?
Yes, we watched it in DVD order. Let me see. I can tell you.
I think on Leathery Wings was the first.
It was on Leather Wings was the first one, and then we watched that weird Christmas with the Joker.
Okay,
and then Nothing to Fear.
Okay.
And Last Laugh, and then Pretty Poison. Those are the ones that we watched.
Okay.
I think Claudia used to like Christmas with the Joker. I think he featured that on Nick's channel once. I like the Man Bat too. So.
Yep.
No, I thought it was good, but it was, to me, out of those four, that one just kind of seemed out of place.
The Christmas one or the
the Christmas one.
Well, just when you're watching it in that order, it's a weird time to it doesn't kind of, and Christmas, we just had Christmas too, so it's like wait a minute.
But I still liked it, but it just was kind of a little different than
jarring. Yeah, no, I can see that.
But I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed all of them.
I got to say hi to Donnie's here. Hail to Donnie and Apollo's Minion. Hail.
Hello.
And Sashi is here. Hello.
Hey, Sashi.
And of course, if Apollo's Minion is here, that means this stream is hopefully Truck Dog approved.
Popper approved.
Yeah. Very cute. Very cute. Yeah. So let's put Apollo's Minions channel in the chat here. Here we go. You can follow the adventures of her and the Truck Dog.
Yay.
There we go. And Jonathan Conroy, Bill's got bleeped by the refs. Yeah, that was a really weird call there on that first down. I was shocked. I was really shocked. I mean, they're still a great team though. But that just they've gotten some calls like there's no roughing on Mahomes though. So this week, but it's we're gonna get them in the Super Bowl again. Yep.
I know Dan stepped away. Just I don't know if you watch the NFL. I don't watch it. I'm a rugby guy, but there was a thing that came across the feed. A defensive player hit the quarterback after he threw an interception, and the guy got fined afterward.
Oh, that was the Lions quarterback who got nailed. I'm guessing. I haven't read that news.
You're right.
Before,
it would have been the Lions. So I looked at it.
It was.
He
got totally destroyed, and then he had to go to the sideline and miss the series, and it was.
Yeah, that would have been a
call against any player,
but that,
not
well,
just
he got
quarterback.
Later, and the reason why is I'll just only talk about that hit because I don't watch the NFL anymore.
Yeah.
In rugby, that guy probably would have gotten at least a yellow card, which is 15 minutes out of the game.
Oh,
And
yellow card
then
is 15 minutes out in
yeah,
rugby. Yeah.
but that particular type of hit in rugby probably would have been a red card and you would have got kicked out of the game. And that means your team plays whenever that happened, the rest of the game without them. Short the
Right.
person.
Yeah. Well, actually,
Yeah.
and one less person on the field too, right? Like
That's what I'm talking about. You don't get to that. You're one less person
Yeah.
on your team on the field the rest of the whole game.
Yeah, even
it's
if
that little,
even if
it's
the
that
guy's
one.
out, yeah, even the guy's out, but yeah, you can still subform in football.
No. You're down to 14 players.
Soccer, yeah.
You're down to
SOL,
14
yeah.
the rest of the game. You don't get to sub that
Yeah.
person in. On
Yeah,
injured player can, but then they do an HIA assessment, and then if they fail, you can replace them. You leave the replaced person, but the person who hit that like that is gone for a red card the rest of the whole game. It's that one little
big punishment then, yep.
Yeah, it's one little move up, like just at that last thrusting, like you can only see it when the guy does or watch rugby, and then if it's your team, that's yellow or red, especially when he caught him up under the chin like that. I was like, oh yeah, that's a red card rugby. They've really cracked down on that. You'll get away with it, luckily, if they look at video replay. And they call it mitigating circumstances. So let's say the quarterback guy slipped right when the guy was going to go hit him, and that caused it. But if you don't wrap around with your arms and you just launch that little upward, you know what I'm talking about, with the head and shoulders straight up into it. In rugby, you're gone for the whole game.
You're gone,
or if it's like, the good thing is if you do it with only like a minute left, you're only gone. But then they penalize you for that later in other games too.
Oh, guess who's here? Lisa's here.
Hey, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa. Oh, I wish they had super. I've got the Superman. I don't have Supergirl. They should have you get a Supergirl. I got to do Lisa. Get something I could say for Lisa here, but Superman. But we need a Supergirl. So hail to Lisa. We missed Fortnite Friday because I had a Klondike Derby with the Scouts, which is the event where you have all kinds of events. You got to pull a sled around, and at least there was some snow on the ground this year. So you put all your gear and supplies in the sled, and I had to get up like 7 in the morning or whatever to get everything going. So no late night Fortnite, which is very sad.
I haven't seen 7 in the morning forever, unless I've stayed up all night.
Unless you stay up all night, yeah. So, but yep, rugby and football the same, right? Yep. Yeah, they're the same. Yep. Yep.
No.
Sure. Right. Yep.
Sure.
Yep. And Lisa's got a 160 in there. Wow, we did 160 episodes of the show. Wow, that's awesome. Yep. Thank you for everyone out there, and thank you. Wouldn't be still doing it if it wasn't for you guys watching and hanging out with us. So thank you very much. Yep. And Buddy starts his morning run at 7 a.m. So
good for you, Buddy.
Very disciplined. Yep. Very disciplined. Yep. All right. So let me see if I get my overlay. I've got a special section 31 overlay. So when we show the slideshow, let's see if this works. Yep. Let me get this uploaded and test it. All right, let's see here. See how well I can multitask. Yep. But yeah, I've been missing on I've only played a few times with Godzilla. So, Mrs., have you been able to become Godzilla again? Or,
twice. Yes, I did actually today, and all those extra Godzilla quests I got done. So I
there we
leveled
go.
the
There's the
city
overlay.
and stomped on everybody and did all that kind of stuff.
You stomped on everything. Nice,
It was
peaceful
so fun.
Mrs. Dadman walking. You heard it here, folks. She stomped on everyone. Yep.
It's Mrs. Godzilla Man walking.
Mrs. Godzilla Man. Did you ever make that short? I was supposed to help you make a short. Did you?
I did. I've actually got them posted. I have them as videos. I went to a site and I did the vertical, made it the right
conversion. Yeah.
Conversion. But what I liked is what I used, which I can't remember what it was, but you could rotate the video, to get the optimal view. So like Godzilla, the best I could get, I did it and then watched it, and the best I could get, then that's where I had the camera shooting.
Oh yeah, because vertical, it's kind of you kind of got to
It cuts
pan
off
it around.
things, and I didn't want
Yeah.
just Godzilla's nose, so I rotated
Yeah.
it some to the left and got. But yeah, I got 3 of them posted. I had 3 videos I posted, and I lost 3 subs.
Oh, but
What?
usually you get tons of subs from
How's that
from
happen?
shorts.
I just it's
What?
it's because I say bad things about the platform that we're on.
Well, I
Because
love YouTube here. YouTube is the most awesome
YouTube is
thing in
the
the world.
best thing ever.
YouTube's
I
the
think
best.
everybody should be on it. It's their
Everyone
algorithms
should
are
have a channel,
fantastic.
right?
I
Hey, well, look, I just got 200 more subs.
Yes. Yes, all the ones they took away. All the ones
Yeah.
they took away from Dadman, they gave to me.
Yeah, yeah.
But it'll come
'Cause I've
back. I think
yeah.
that some people do alt accounts, and I think some of them are YouTube just being dicks. But I
Or
think some of them are,
people also, accounts disappear too. People,
yeah.
people,
People,
just stop, don't go on YouTube
yeah,
anymore, or they're bots, or there's,
yeah. So
so
I figure I'll eventually get there.
yeah,
Um,
and we're just having fun here too.
oh
So
yeah.
yeah,
And that's,
but,
I would like to get monetized because I would like to,
yeah, that's a good goal.
the
Yeah,
money that I spend on StreamYards and everything else, I'd like to be able to, not take out of our budget. But I got some. I do get some monthly. I got a couple monthly Ko-fis, and that helps a lot. That
oh, that's
pays for
nice. Yeah.
half of. It pays for my Cosme and for half of StreamYards.
You pay for Cosmic? Why do
Yes,
you
I
pay for?
do. Because
What
it
does
would
that
not
get you?
let because it would not, I don't know, but it would not let me air stream stuff with people when I
Hmm.
didn't pay for it. So
Oh, that's weird because I've never had to pay for it. It worked for me, unless
yeah,
they've changed it now since.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know. But
Well,
and it also, it's not that much.
yeah,
And it does help keep it going, I hope.
yeah,
So
yeah. You don't want
the
to lose it
upgrades and
too. Yep.
stuff. So
And Sashi's got a great dad joke here. Losing a sub is less of a problem when you're talking about YouTube. It's a much bigger issue if you're our nation.
but bump. Where'd that sub go? Oh, I don't know. Last time I saw it was in the bay.
Yep. All gone.
Dead man
All
had
gone.
to take a phone call, so
Yeah, yeah, I saw the private
okay.
chat. Yeah, all good, all good. But let me get my. I'm gonna do a banner here. Let me put the spoilers up because we're gonna spoil the crap out of Section 31, and I don't think that matters for anyone. Does that matter for anyone?
But
I don't think
oh,
anyone cares.
I wanted to tell
In
Brian
the chat.
that he was talking about the Godzilla portal. We literally happened to be, it spawned in, and we were 3 feet away from it. And so we just was kind of like beep 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 beep, walk in.
Yeah.
That
Mark,
was nice.
it's 10 minutes in the yellow pin. I don't know what I was saying. What did I say? 15? And I thought about it. I was like, wait, that's way too
For
long.
what? For what?
In rugby,
What?
it's 10 minutes.
Oh,
Sorry.
10, but still, still something though. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I said 15, but a red card is
Oh,
you're
well,
gone
yeah,
the whole
yeah.
time. Yeah. I was just thinking
Yeah,
about that. I
you're
was like, wait, what?
But you do,
No.
you are out of the game a little bit with the yellow card. I didn't realize.
Yeah,
that.
I was
Is
thinking
your
because
team
of
down a man
quarters.
too? Is your
Yeah,
team
because
down
I
a
was
man
thinking
too?
of quarters in the
But
NFL.
is your
But
team?
That's the same like in hockey when a player gets penalized. They're down a player until they get out of the penalty box. Am I correct?
Yeah, yeah. But hockey's only either was a 2-minute minor or 5-minute major. But and if you get a yellow card, is your team down a man too for that amount of time?
yeah, you're down. You're that person sits on the sideline for 10 minutes.
Oh, so that's a big penalty. That's a big penalty too.
Yeah, it's 40-minute halves. So if you do that like at a close game, with only 8-9 minutes left, you're done for the rest of the game. And then the red card, you're done. It doesn't matter if you get a red card in 5 minutes, first half and second half, you're gone.
You're gone. Yeah. All right, so let's we're gonna do a little Section 31 talk because I do have a slideshow, so I know and of course I love I would have loved it if the show was good. I mean, as much as I don't like New Trek, I think it's been a disaster. I do have something good to say about Section 31, though. So, I think it's really critical that they did this, and I thank them, and it's just awesome. But I was so thankful that they only made a movie of Section 31, so we only got an hour and a half of the Section 31 instead of an 8-hour miniseries. So that's the best thing about Section 31 was we just got a movie, and I wish I'm joking now too, but I wish that Brogus. Oh, well, Broker, we're going to show a slideshow. I mean, I don't know if you want to be if you want to watch it not to be spoiled, but we're gonna show a slideshow and riff on it. So kind of like an MST thing. So if you want to stay around, of course, if you want to not have spoilers though, then yeah, definitely head out. But or if it's too painful for you, but we're gonna have a good time talking about it. So but if you do have to leave, have a great week and thank you for being here, and make sure to hit that like button on the way out.
Well, I'm so in the know. I'm like, what Section 31? So I will not probably.
Well, we know you'll I think with
probably
the slideshow should be okay to be able to comment.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm
so
fine.
Yeah.
It's nothing I will ever watch. So
yeah, so you don't care about
so
yeah.
I'll enjoy
Care
it.
about the spoilers, yeah.
Yeah.
Why do that? Because I just got to talk. I got to talk about. I got to get this stuff off my chest. And I want to ask you guys some things too about what's in the slideshow, what happened. But basically, the history is Section 31. Briefly, just to give a background on it, was a really incredibly bad idea to add Section 31 to Starfleet, and Gene Roddenberry's got the vision of the future where it's a quote unquote everyone's living in peace and harmony. Not completely, but it's a very hopeful future with everyone living together, and yeah, we don't have to have organizations like Section 31 anymore. That's the whole point of it. But unfortunately, they added Section 31, and I'll show the Wikipedia article. They added Section 31 in an episode of Deep Space Nine. Instead of having it like, oh, we've got this secret spy organization where it's akin to James Bond, where all right, well, maybe not a great example was License to Kill, but I could see maybe where the Federation has a secret organization where it's maybe they don't want everyone to know what they're doing, and investigating and spying on different groups. The
But don't
potential
a lot.
enemies like the Romans.
Yeah, but to me, that's like would be in any big thing like this. They are everything like this has secret organizations.
Yeah, but the problem when they did
But
this organization was intended as a counterbalance to the utopian portrayal of Federation. But the problem with that is, I agree with what you're saying, and that's where I was coming from. But then they went way too far with it, and just they basically perpetrated a genocide on the founders. You don't know. If you're not into the.
So it took everything that was before it and said on it. Is that kind of
basically, yeah, and it wasn't like Kirk had that secret mission, steal the Ramen cloaking device,
right?
And the Enterprise incident, which is a fantastic episode, but it was it was a covert mission, so there's a difference between doing a covert mission. So there's a famous quote, this episode: "It's easy to be a saint in paradise," which is. Yeah, it's true, but Bear said that in the 1999 reference companion to the series. Why is Earth a paradise in the 24th century? Well, maybe it's because there's someone watching over and doing the nasty stuff that no one wants to think about. He expressed an interest in exploring what life was really like for those living under the fictional 24th century, saying, if this is paradise, or there, as Harold Pinter said, weasels under the coffee table. So, and then they put it in the Starfleet Charter, which is even worse. So it wasn't, other thing would have been more acceptable to me too if they had done it, a bunch of rogue admirals that said, I'm creating this secret group that no one knows about. But then they said Article 14, Section 31. The article, according to agents, allowed for extraordinary measures to be taken in times of extreme threat. Such measures included malicious sabotage of enemy installations and technology, biological warfare, and preemptive assassination. According to Ronald Moore, there was considerable debate, and he's famous for Battlestar Galactica, the reboot. Considerable debate on the origin of the organization, in particular on how the organization was formed and how long ago. So that's where it really goes off the rails. Yep.
So they pretty much have taken the vision that Roddenberry had and said, "F it," pretty much.
Twisted it, yeah.
Yeah,
In
I
a lot of
thought. I
ways,
think
in terms of the
yeah,
darkness. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think that. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Well, here's
I'm
exactly this next quote here. Let me zoom
Yeah.
in a little bit so you just see. Yep. Let's see. Let's see. Well, they explain that Agent 31s are not wearing Starfleet uniforms, addressing as Federation citizens, further enhance their role as an organization that's not constrained by ethics. Writer Dave Waddell said that many fans felt Section 31 betrayed the value system created by Gene Roddenberry, while others were indifferent or intrigued. Fans would get to see these long ethical and political arguments, really struggling with issues like that, which is great to see. Moore replied to the criticisms of betrayal, saying, "The idea that there's a rogue element within the Federation doing dark deeds outside the normal chain of command is certainly a proactive one." Jeffrey Combs, who portrayed numerous characters throughout Star Trek, I got to meet him at a convention and got his autograph, which was great, enjoyed the appearances of Section 31, saying the stories gave everything a real flair. So that's where the contradiction is too, where it's it's supposed to be, if this is just like a spy, story or a government story, about World War II or but this is Starfleet. So the idea that this group has been sanctioned by Starfleet and they've just let it run amok is really a slap in the face of the organization, and also how far they take things too in terms of the story. It's not just like a secret spy group. The things that they do are heinous. So that's the setup of Section 31. So
So they just kind of tired of all the goody. I'm going to use the word in quote goody characters like I don't know Kirk and all them. And so they're just going to make a bunch of immoral and unethical people who are doing things for the Federation, but they're ass wipes, to say it kindly.
Yeah, I mean, Star Trek has always had moral debates and debates about. So, that's not the quandary of how what to violate the Prime Directive.
Right.
You do that to save a famous TNG episode. I think it's called The Visitors, but it's one of the better episodes. I'm screwing up the title probably, but there's a secret Federation outpost that's cloaked. It's invisible, and then the natives discover the base and find out.
Oh yeah.
I'm forgetting the name of the episode exactly.
If this is, I've seen some of the picture with Michelle Yeoh on it. I guess with the leather look and all, it does not look like Star Trek. That's the first thing that hit me, was just looking at it, was not what you expect from even the newer STD versions, all that stuff. It just was such an out of character look. It's like, what are you trying to be? Not Star Trek, obviously.
No, 100% right. Yeah, so let me start the slideshow here. Let me put my overlay on so I don't get nailed with any although I don't have this monetized, so I think that's only the real issue is if you monetize anything. So let's put that overlay on and let's get to the slideshow here. And if I see something that I want to comment on, I'll jump in. But yeah, it's a good, it's a fun talk about Star Trek and what's happening there and why certain things are. Let's see if I make this full screen. Let's see here. And of course, they're showing things backwards because it's more mucking with the mirror universe, which was Clobber and Tom's favorite, favorite.
So they actually did that?
Yeah.
So the show actually did that?
Well, what they did here, and I'm trying to play with this to get.
I heard Dave laugh on that one too.
Yeah.
Oh, well, wait till you meet so that you wouldn't get in trouble because some places flip stuff for showing it and things. But
Well,
Yeah,
no, they were
what-
just no. That's okay. But what they did was they flipped the logo like this is the mirror universe. So it's showing, it's showing everything in
Yeah.
the background.
Did you
and,
say
yeah.
Fuzz or Buzz, Dave?
Fuzz. Way too
Fuzz
much
is one of the
Fuzz.
characters. Oh my
Uh,
god,
With the
Fuzz,
Irish
yeah.
accent.
so they
Yeah.
did that.
The terrible Irish.
They
accent.
did that. I think to show it's the mirror universe. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's just just to show it's the mirror. Yeah.
So this
So,
is an alternate version of universe.
No, so there's the mirror universe in Mirror Mirror when Kirk
Okay, yeah.
goes to the other universe and Spock is evil.
Oh,
is
yeah,
an
yeah,
evil
yes,
Spock,
yes,
evil
yes.
Kirk, and that was Clobberton's all-time favorite episode.
Was that the Your Agonizer, Please?
Yes, that's your Agonizer,
Okay,
please.
that's
yeah,
what
so
I
let's-
thought. I figured that
Yeah,
spot came from
that's-
somewhere.
Let's play that. Yeah, this is from the Mirror Universe. So they've had multiple Mirror Universe episodes,
Okay.
unfortunately, and then they've wrecked a lot of that mythology.
Your agonizer, please.
So basically, you start off and you're going to see Georgiou on her home planet, and you find out it's kind of like a Hunger Games thing where, like, they're fighting to be who the next emperor is, which is totally ridiculously redonkulous, right? It's like, why would you care who the next? Why would kids fight to see who the next emperor is? Right? Makes zero sense. I mean, no sense whatsoever. So they're living in like this hovel, and she's in line to be the emperor. Makes no sense. Oh, let me put the spoiler banner up here so we get that. There we go. But it makes zero sense that you would do something like that where you would
That's
have this Hunger Games. So they're kind of aping Hunger Games. Now using a filter here, so everything is brown and depressing. But why would she be in line to be the emperor after this Hunger Games type contest? Where's the current emperor, right? Or there'd be a power vacuum or something.
you would
Something. So they're right.
you would think.
Yeah. So, yeah.
They took a lot from a lot of different IP. Wait till you see the Dune one. God.
Yeah. So the idea of the mirror universe is it's a brutal dictatorship there. It's the worst of our universe, basically flipped around. It's the worst of the worst, if Yahtzees has controlled everything. So, but it was a fun concept in terms of illuminating how society can go wrong. And they had Emperor Georgiou was on. You didn't watch Star Trek Discovery, I'm assuming, but she was
Me?
a main character. Yeah, anyone on the
No.
panel. Yeah, you and I don't think Dave. You
I
didn't
tried.
watch Star Trek you
2
didn't watch it,
episodes.
right? Yeah. So
yeah, when I saw the Klingons,
he's a
that was
major
it.
character. Yeah. So what they had done was they had mirror universe characters had replaced characters in our world. So Georgiou replaced, Michael Burnham's mentor, her captain, and then of course she kind of becomes good in the end, and just to set this up, they send the Discovery Georgiou. She meets the Guardian Forever, and the Guardian Forever is a person, like was written in the original book, which is ridiculous. That's why they changed it so the Guardian wasn't a person; it was a device, and she gets sent back in time to this time period. So or to the period. I guess this is set in the period of TOS. I think anyone knows in the chat when this is set. And hail to Eric Sonder. So I think I think she's in TOS time frame right now. Or was it more high? Or no, it's Rachel Garrett is there, so she's the Captain of Enterprise C. So maybe it's in the more close to the TNG time zone. But
I think that might be right, Mark. I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Right. But I think that's what.
Yeah, I think it was TNG, but I can't be.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see. So, so it's a little ridiculous on how this whole setup and how how they're
You
doing
notice-
everything here. It's
Yeah,
just like
you notice the
like-
lighting there, Mark. You see that white and orange tint there?
Yep.
Yeah, that's something I noticed through the whole thing. And I watched this on a Cosme stream on somebody else's stream, so
Oh, okay.
I didn't get the full, 42-inch TV experience with it.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I mean, in terms of movie, I hate it when they do this like amber, this color with this amber filter. I never liked it.
Blurry, constantly blurry in the back.
Yeah, it's like to be. I'm trying to play with the
It's
layout here so I can get it.
artistic.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
annoying.
Come on.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you'll see later, especially on board inside the ships or inside the bar scenes and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
Mark?
yeah, and it's typical, very typical in
See what I
terms
mean?
of what they do with this stuff. Yeah, so it's really not a good setup. Let me edit this layout so this is bigger. But then they go into this me and San thing, and it's like, San is her long lost love, and it's supposed to be like the Hunger Games, or who was it? Peter? Who was the guy in the Hunger Games? Wasn't it Peter?
I think it was
Yep.
Peter.
Peter, right? Yep. So Peter, like here's her love. So this is like her.
That's her, Peter. Oh wait, that
That's
just
her
sounds so
Peter.
wrong.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
sitting here thinking Peter Griffin.
Yeah. Right. So there we go. That's a little bit bigger there in terms of the slideshow. There we go.
Oh
We
boy.
whispered it to each other when no one could hear. Now this is like Giorgio, who's like the most horrific, person in the galaxy, and yeah, it's just too much. Like they give you this, like they're trying to add this emotional aspect so that you
Like you
feel
care for
sorry
them.
yeah, and you care for her. It's like a Romeo and Juliet type
Mhm.
type thing that's happening here, and it's just like I don't think so. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so this is, and of course then what she does here, she takes out her family. She poisons them, and we could do a fun Princess Bride reference here, but she
What a wonderful person.
towards the end, there's something funny towards the end that in terms of the poison that I was waiting for the Princess Bride joke there, but yeah, it's so she's to become emperor, she's got to eliminate her family. Like you can have no ties to the past. So
Oh,
yeah,
that's pleasant.
pleasant, right? Yeah.
Yes, dear. We want you to become Oh, never mind.
Never mind. Yeah, never mind.
Never mind.
Yeah. So yeah, so this setup, I gotta speed up the slideshow, but I'm doing a new version of the overlay here. But yeah, she just goes back, and this scene is way too long, and she's gotta take out her family, which is completely horrific, right? I mean, it's
And we're supposed to have compassion and everything for
yeah.
this character. Okay. Just checking.
Oh, hey, Phantom Outsider's here. I think Phantom
Phantom.
just rolled in, right? Or has he been here for a while? I'm got the screen off, so did Phantom just get here? Or has he been here for a while?
Just for a little bit. Just
Not
yeah.
too long, yep.
No.
All right, well, hail
Snuck
Phantom.
in.
He's stuck in. Yep. I'm just changing up the overlay here, but yeah. So this is the same thing where these scenes go on way too long, and they just drag it out, and they're adding, she's in love with this guy, and yeah, it's just like why is she in love with this guy so much? It's like, come on.
Right. Yeah.
So
It's
it's
like you said, they need something to make her not, I guess, despise her so much.
right. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, so adding like humanity to her. But if you've watched Discovery, she's the worst of the worst. It's like someone who's with initials AH. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
mass killing, mass.
Just
I
not
don't
a
wanna
good
use the G
person.
word, but yeah. So
Just not a good person.
yeah.
Hmm.
So just really just horrific. Now the actress, she's a cutie patootie. as Raquel would say. I thought she was fine in the role, and some of these scenes are are well shot. They look, but none of this looks like Star Trek. It never doesn't feel like Star Trek. Just the way the camera looks, the lens looks. None of the new Star Trek looks like Star Trek to me. It just
Right.
doesn't have that look and feel. It's TNG did, and but when the movies did, but then once you got to the new stuff, maybe Star Trek 2009, a little bit. Some of the stuff looked like Star Trek, but it was the ships right away were too dark and it was too frenetic, and then the lens flares, the bridge looked like it was designed by Apple. So everyone's
Sorry, I love that.
yeah. So now everyone's beaming in here, right? Or this is cool actually. So if you read the Starship technical manuals, they can beam in like hundreds of people at a time. There's emergency there's troop transports on the Enterprise, which they never show for budget constraints, of course, but they can use that. They have like 100 plus transporter pads, multiple sections of the ship. Just think about it. You couldn't just transport 6 people at a time. It's not that practical, especially in an emergency. So, yeah. So Lisa, yeah, maybe that mirror needs cleaning. Yeah. So, yep. If you didn't have a job, you were usually a bum or a hobo. Hell, Dave says Phantom Outsider. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's now they bring him here, and of course he's got to, Giorgio has got to, show him who's the boss now, and say, yeah, we're not, we're not 2 as 1 anymore. This whole theme going through it. So I mean, the costuming is good here. It's fine. I just don't like the look. If this was Star Trek, I mean, I guess okay, it's an alien culture. She's got a cape, which is dangerous, but all right.
Capes are never good. Don't
Capes are never good. Yeah. So, but I guess you could say she looks, looks okay. And of course, then she's unfortunately got kneel before Zod. Kneel before the one who owns your life. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Who was the old boss? Exactly, Sonder. It was like, what is she royalty? Were these all royalty? Were these all like all they needed was one line like, the emperor has died, and by decree, the 12 because they're talking about this big 2-year-long fight. The 12 children of the ruling council become emperor. Who is the strongest one will win, and like they could have made him like the son of the old emperor. See, I fixed it in like 30 seconds, right? I mean,
no, but you see, Mark, the difference between you and them. It seems like you give a shit and they don't. You care what Star Trek is and they don't.
Yep. I love Star Trek, yeah.
And that when you don't have anything vested in it, you can do whatever you can just do whatever. And it seems like that's, like I am not into the Star Trek. I've watched it. But it just seems that, like you said, that after a certain point, they just didn't give a crap anymore. They didn't care what Roddenberry wanted. They didn't care about any of the lore or the history of what it was. It was just like, oh, well, we want to do this, so we're going to do it. Screw everything else. And it seems like maybe this is kind of like what this show is. They don't care. They don't care to make it make sense.
They're going to go their own way. Yeah, they're going to go their own way. Yeah, what? And as much as I love Star Trek, all right, things aren't going to stay the same, and but you got to adhere to
the lore.
Yeah, you got to adhere to the base. There's some basic tenets you've got to adhere to, and that's why TNG. There were a lot of fans. I remember reading some articles, and I was in the fan clubs back then, the magazines that came out, and you'd read about it, and a lot of fans are PO'd that the next generation was happening. Like, you can't replace Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. That's sacrilege, right? And you're guarding things and you're gatekeeping, and not entirely bad, but they won us over finally with the 3rd season was good. The first 2 seasons were a disaster. I thought Encounter at Farpoint was decent. And then the end of the first season, the conspiracy episode with those bugs from the other galaxy. They never followed up on that, but that would have been something cool. But then I'm like, oh yeah, this has potential finally. And then finally, the third season, it started to get better. Over here, look, they're showing, then they're showing you, they set this up kind of like especially like Mission Impossible. So Claudia would have despised this even more, reminded him of Tom Cruise. So like, here's the, this, your mission, if you choose to accept it, like from Control, Alpha Team Leader. So, and it's so cheesy in the wording, and spoiler, it's Jamie Lee Curtis. That was the big, reveal, but like, who cares? It's Jamie Lee Curtis. Nothing against Jamie Lee Curtis. She's a big.
Hey, she was in Buck Rogers also.
Right?
Yeah.
But it was, so what? I mean, it was a big reveal. I mean, who, it's not like it was, William Shatner or something, recloned. But so they're talking, they're showing pictures from Discovery, and so this is the, her they're explaining everything to you if you don't know anything. So they're showing how terrible she was, and these are scenes from Disgracery, and but she's a great actress, and she does add a lot to that role. But the storyline in Discovery was just so bad. So that's when the Guardian of Forever is sending her back, in time. So Finity, the limey-wimey Tommy's not here, but
more time travel. Oh.
Yeah, so this is when they sent her away. That's the last time you see her. So they said that she joined Section 31, but after a few years, we lost contact. So, so it's just, so she's out in the universe here. And now this is what I'm going to ask you guys about. Now, Sunday said she was spotted using an alias, right? And she's, let me I'll have to pause it when I get to the spot. And she's, there's this line here, right? So this line is the Federation line. So they find her on Humpy 5, outside Federation space, right?
Yeah.
Right. But then look at this. This does not make sense as we go along in the slideshow. All right. So they're tracking a new threat on the black market. There's the MacGuffin that they've got to find, right? So that's on the black market, of course. Physical problem, unknown, but it's going to destroy the galaxy. All right, now look at this. So this is the line where, the Federation can't cross because of this treaty that came about, I think, was it the Disgracery Treaty? I can't remember, but they've got, look, Starbase 11. Why is Starbase 11 not in Federation space here? See where, I can't know if you guys can see my mouse on the screen. But see the orange line, like the do not cross, do not pass go, and then why is Starbase 11 not in Federation space?
Well, there's another one too, isn't there? Close
Starbase 17 too, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you looking at that left from right, or like, because
this is the Federation on the right here.
Okay.
This is.
I thought that was Romulan. I see.
Alpha.
I see the overlay. Okay.
And this is Trill Space is here, and then you'll see Cardassia Prime is here. Here's the demilitarized zone.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's a minor thing, but it could be kind of major. Like there's Alderaan. I'm joking. Let's see. Where's Starbase 21? Well, if I keep going in the slideshow, then they'll show some more. Let's go through a couple more clip. It'll zoom in. So there's the Romulan. So here. Romulan Empire is here with the neutral zone, right? Which makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's a Federation treaty that forbids us from crossing over that border, which is this line. And here's the Klingon Empire, right? So, okay, good. I'm glad I got that. So that's the Federation's wedged in the middle here. Yep. So that's all merged together. Yep. Phantom says because they are stupid. So here we go. So, I mean, or at least they could have explained it, but there's Talar. I'm wondering where the Telosians are here on this map, but Talaran Republic, Federation border crossing band via Treaty of Catan. So you can goggle that, and it's in memory alpha, which I did. And Brian Hepburn says Alderaan's not there, man. Yeah, too soon. That was too soon for that joke.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. So yeah, so you've got this line here, right? And I'm looking at it. I'm like, well, wait a minute. There's the line Federation border crossing banned, unless it means maybe it's just this orange here and not this yellow line. Maybe that's it.
Oh, that line's pretty distinct. I mean,
Right?
why
Didn't
it's
it kind of
square
say
like
was the line?
It's bold. It's
Yeah,
bold and
they're
thick
highlighting
bold.
it too, right? Yeah,
it should just go straight up the page. Why is it veering?
Yeah, they're highlighting the orange there, right? So it's not just that, unless it's that section where they can't go in. I'm trying to be nice to them, like maybe the yellow and the red here, they can't go in here, but they can go in here. But I don't know. There's
That's
just
the line.
I think they just took an existing bunch of map puzzles and then just drew the line and didn't think about it.
right.
I mean,
Yeah.
because it looks like they
Yeah.
don't care.
You've got
Once
two
again-
start.
11
You
is
got
right
two.
there.
You
again,
got 11
it's-
and 12.
It's
outside
not
the line.
caring. It's
11
not
and
caring.
12.
When you don't care, you don't care about the details.
Right.
And
And Starbase 11 is probably the most famous one of the most famous star bases. That's the starbase in Court Marshall, and appears in a number of other Trek
mhm.
Trek episodes and Trek lore. Trying to remember what other episodes Starbase 11 mentioned there. Yeah, the line must be drawn here, no further. I can't do Picard that well, but yeah. But yeah, right. It's like there's. I'm like, what's going on here? Starbase 11. I'm reading about Starbase 11. It's so of course then they've got this. The MacGuffins are set up. Contact Giorgio. Identify threat. Neutralize threat. It's all spelled out. Giorgio, extremely dangerous, but make no mistake, this dog bites, so watch your back. It's like she's a maniac who is, taking out thousands and thousands of people. So, but I don't know if anyone wants to look up Starbase 11 for me. But yeah, it's got to be in Federation space, right? I mean, why would you have a starbase that's not in
Well, they had
Federation
12.
space?
12, technically, according to that line, was out of it too
Right, and 12 too. But yeah, 11 is in
in the show.
a bunch of episodes. Yeah. So that was silliness just on the beginning. Yeah. And I was just surprised by it. So that's it's a generic setup. It's a Mission Impossible setup, right? I mean, if you choose to accept this mission, we've got to use the bad guy, or the Dirty Dozen did a lot better, right? Using the bad guys or Suicide Squad, to set, is a much better setup.
Right.
And Michelle Yeoh, they kept talking about having this as a series. I don't know if they had her under contract, but once she won the Academy Award, of course, her fee, I'm sure, went up. God bless her. And
Good for her.
right. And so they decided to do a movie, versus a TV show. Thank God. They decided to do that. So, yeah. So it was. It was a Menagerie Part 1 was also where Starbase 11. That was just trying to remember. Yep. So that was when the Spock steals the ship. So Giorgio, of course, is the ringleader. I guess she look at those heels there. She's gonna be able to fight in those. I guess she's in charge of this spaceship or station. I guess, or I'm assuming she's in charge here. They never really say it. It's like a Quark's bar, casino bar area here, and that's design of that space station is ridiculous. Like, why would you build? Let me go back to that real quick. Why would you build something? I mean, just because you can. I mean, that makes no logical sense to build a station with a spiral like that.
Because it looks pretty. Come on.
Right? I mean, why would you do something like that? That's stupid. It makes no sense. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's dumb. I mean,
It looks like a fan.
But it's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is pretty. I mean, it looks cool, but we just wouldn't do it.
Wow.
I mean,
That's
like,
funny.
what's the point? I mean, why would
They
you
wanted
add
to build
stuff?
a space snail, but they ran out of money.
Oh, Sandra, I've watched it. I've watched this. Yeah, I started watching it, and I fell asleep last night because I was back from the scouting event. I was wiped out, Start, when your head
No,
starts
no,
to slip
no,
back.
no, no. You went to sleep because it was probably boring.
Well, both. Yeah, so I'll tell you when I fell asleep. And
Now,
one night
do you
in
see that
and
orange lighting again?
yep, all very orange.
Everywhere.
Yeah. Yep.
That same particular lighting. So you want boring, Mrs. Diamond? That's just keep watching. Never mind.
It looks like they're trying to go for like a steampunk aesthetic without going for
Yep.
a steampunk aesthetic, which is an insult to steampunk aesthetic because I really like that steampunk.
Yeah. So you've got the setup of the characters here. So you've got this guy who's in a mech suit and he's got mech dysphoria. So he thinks he's half man, half machine. And at Comic-Con, he was a really great guy in the interview. And he actually knows Star Trek inside and out. He was quoting episodes. We've talked about it before. And he talked about, why there's, a fan asked, like, why do we have Section 31 in Star Trek? And he gave a really good answer. I still disagree with, Section 31, but he was naming episodes of Deep Space Nine and other. So he knew his stuff, and he said he's a big time Trekkie. So and then his character is so dumbed down and stupid. He's just like, and in Comic-Con, he said, yeah, they point me at things and I break things. So he's just like the dumb lunkhead there. This character's on the mirror.
R2 popped in.
Who popped in?
Professor R2.
Hey, Professor R2. This is the summit of the hill that is Kurtzman Trek and Abomination. Yeah, for sure. It was, and I think even the typical people that love, that quote unquote love or like some of this stuff are just saying how bad, unfortunately, how bad this is. Now, this character, she's a Deltan, of course, we know from Star Trek The Motion Picture. And if you read the motion picture book by Roddenberry, they go quite into detail on the Deltans and why they every act in Deltan society is based on sex or with a sexual relation. So that's why when she's introduced in the Bridge of the Enterprise, she says, I've taken a vow of celibacy because you can't. Deltans would just wreak havoc. And when you read the book, Mom would have been happy if she knew it was in that Star Trek novel. And I read it when I was like 10 years old, probably. But yeah, they're very sexual beings. Let's put it that way. And she can have anyone she wants fall for her, basically. And what's her character's name was it Mimi? Let me see here. Let me zoom back out. And she's a cutie patootie too. Let's see, what was her name? Not that it matters because spoiler alert, you'll see why in a little bit. But
yeah,
Melly, and she's got like hair like down to her waist, so it took like 6 hours to like hide the hair. It's a great makeup job. Great, great Deltan makeup job. You've got your Star Wars singer here. But
your Fifth Element singer, your
Fifth
Battlestar
Element,
Galactica singer, your everybody singer, right?
You've got, yeah, exactly. You've got instead of making this character a Romulan on the left, you've got a laughing Vulcan idiot here who will explain that character in a second.
That's the one with the Irish accent, and it's
Buzz,
fracking terrible.
Yeah. Oh, my
sorry.
God. No,
bad.
Sorry. No.
Come on, man. That's like, that reminded me. You remember when Transformers came out, or the one, or the second one, or the third one that had the really bad accents? The robot, I don't know if it was Jazz or, maybe people in the chat can help me, but it was just really bad.
I got to interrupt because I didn't even notice. Dadman, I'm doing like 3 things at once.
He wanted to just quietly.
Yeah.
He said goodbye in the chat, so it's because he didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
Oh, well, don't be that polite, Dadman. Just say, "God damn it, Mark, I gotta go."
Damn it, Mark, I gotta go. Okay, I'll do it for you. Damn it, Mark, he has to go. He was getting tired.
No, that's all good.
So
he's really going to watch Section 31 again. See, now when you leave like that, I can make fun of him like that.
Yes.
And say that he's going to watch Section 31.
He wanted to see the sex lady, whatever character.
The Deltan, yeah. Wait a minute. Aren't you the missus? You approve of that?
I don't care.
Just kidding. You
He
don't
comes
care.
home to me. I don't care. I'm just kidding.
You kidding, just kidding. Well, here's Dad Man's channel. So everyone sub to the Dad Man. So, but good night, Dad Man. And of course, when Dad Man leaves, we also have to play this. Yeah, yeah. Oh, where is it? I got to go down here. There we go.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark. Jeez.
Oh wait, we didn't play Dad Man driving. Let's play that. So thank you, Dad Man, for being here. And next time you can just say I got to go. Yeah, and Sonder, yeah. Hey, the Delta was hot. Too bad she died so soon. Yeah, I guess they're setting the stakes too, so they're showing you the characters can die. But yeah, this guy, Dave, he wasn't your favorite character either. Yeah.
No, he's got the the 80s Kasha Cuckoo Eagles hair, and I'm like, oh, that's sorry. But then they slick that down. And is he Romulan? Is he Vulcan? He's just having a good old time laughing. And when he starts talking, it's just. And if everybody knows, I'm a little bit Irish, and I'm Ireland, so it's not fun of that. I'm just making fun of how bad it was.
Yeah, it's
Irish.
It's ridiculous.
Just terrible.
Yeah.
No.
And then of
could have
course
picked anything if it was good. But
then we get the next front here.
Why would a Vulcan?
This guy.
Yeah.
So this is the famous "Let This Be Your Last Battlefield." So there's a polluted planet. It's planet Arianus, not planet Anus, Arianus. And then he's they have there's two people left from the planet Charon, right? So I guess maybe there could be, but the basically the way the episode ends, it's like there's no one left at the end. So so the everything has been destroyed. They've had a civil war, and so they go down to the planet, and then that's it. So he's from the planet Charon, and of course that's the famous episode. They're black on one side, white on the other. And people said the episode was too obvious, but of course you watch the whole episode, and if you don't know this is coming, you don't notice which side is black and which side is white until the very end where they're opposite. So that's where I thought it was brilliant in terms of Star Trek. Everyone says, oh, it was so Star Trek was woke back then. It was Frank Gorshin. It was famously played Commissioner Belly. Beale. How did he say his name? Beale. I kept trying to remember. I think it was Belai, or they said Belai. And so just ridiculous. Of course, now they've got Jojo eating an eyeball here. Just ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, the Starfleet girls, one day captain and the president. They kept mentioning, when I'm gonna be a captain, be a captain. Like if you're in the officer corps, you're not gonna talk about being a captain all the time. So of course Jojo has to eat an eyeball. Of course I eat squid, I guess. So who am I to say, right? Yeah.
This evening I shall go for the squid platter. Ew. With extra tentacles, please.
All right, so they're grossing you out here.
Tentacles, please.
Right? Yeah.
I love that line.
Oh, it's great. Yeah. Yeah, the host is artificial. So you've got this little cartoon character, guppy-like fish dude. I guess it could be funny, but like in this little spaceship thing that's controlling the robot, with levers. It's like, well, wait a minute. How to interface with the body to control everything? You're gonna have some levers driving it like like a remote control vehicle. It's like, I don't think so. You're gonna have to be like locked in, mind to mind.
Well, there is actually this man. I don't remember his name, and he was from the 1800s, and he did automatrons in a sense, and he had the chess playing Turk, and it was a Turkish.
Oh, that's a famous
thing.
That was a famous chess.
And they had the person that went underneath a chess player. That's how he won a lot of the games. Was underneath pulling levers to make a move. So they could, have taken it from that person, and actually the levers could make it move.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to,
You're
I'm
trying, yeah.
trying to, make them not totally wankers, okay?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd have to explain, of course, maybe he's just flying the ship there, but you'd have to have some really amazing interface to control a body like that, just a few levers. I mean, of course, then she's swearing in here, like, let's cut the sheet. I mean, that's the famous, of course, she's not part of Starfleet, but the famous, colorful metaphors from Star Trek for the Voyage Home. So, yeah, basically the little guy inside the jeweler and Men in Black, but not done as well. And his character's super annoying. And first of all, they said, well, Star Trek bought these, what did they call them? Not robots. They had conveyances on the black market. It's like, couldn't Starfleet build effing robots? I mean, we've had androids in Star Trek since TOS. Or it's like, it's a known model of android. I mean, that you got. Oh, did someone want me to pause? Who's telling me in the background to pause this scene right here because of the bubbles? Yeah, I mean, that's so ridiculous too. It's like, well, if it's a known model of android that someone would recognize, then, and why would you pick a Vulcan that acts like an idiot, right? I mean, what would stick out more if you're undercover than a laughing Vulcan? I mean, how stupid is that?
A drunk hobbit.
Right?
Right. Who's trying to be undercover, low key.
Well, look at she blew a bubble there, a love bubble there, a walking honey trap. And she's a cutie. Yep. And Artis, if you need someone else to help process garbage, I'm in my studio. Well, if you want to stop by R2 here, let me here, why don't I send it? If you feel like it, I'll send you the link. You can pop on. I don't think we've had Professor R2 on the channel yet. So I think we follow each other on the Twitterverses. Let's see.
The Twixverse.
Twix
That's a combination of the two.
Let's see. Professor R2. And I know I'm pretty sure we follow.
Is that like supposed to be like Fade's brother when he's younger?
Whose brother?
the mech guy. Remember Fade's brother? Always walk around. They walk around and all that stuff on.
I can't remember now. Yeah,
I can't remember his character's name, but it's just a setup for
R2. No obligation. But if you do feel like popping in and say hi, yep. I just sent you the link on the Twitty Twat. But yeah, there were androids in TOS, and yeah, so you're playing like you're supposed to be undercover here, and you've got a laughing crazy Vulcan who acts like an idiot. So now, if this was a different character, maybe it wouldn't have been as offensive or idiotic if you had just another, or make it a Romulan, right? I mean, yes, I know Spock's father Cybeck, had emotion, but make him a Romulan. Don't specifically say he's a Vulcan and that you had to buy this.
But it looks like they made him come more like a fool, not just, emotions, but a fool.
Yeah, he gets.
Yes, exactly.
Now,
usually I don't like ladies with blue hair, but I think she actually looks better with their hair like this, the blue hair, than it later on when she's. I'm assuming, obviously, it's a wig, but yeah. So. Oh, and then Donnie saying apparently 2 decades before TNG, yet the stardate seems beyond inaccurate. Yeah, like where did Giorgio end up? Yeah, look at this idiot there with drinking out of a cup. It's like you're supposed to be undercover. Yeah. I had a customer have to chime in on section 3. Malaysians have an issue with Michelle Yeoh, so aren't that happy with her right now. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, he had talked about that earlier. There was some
controversy.
Well, it's just some stuff that I think she endorsed some kind of shady politicians or something.
So it's a political thing.
And so it's they just are upset with her.
Upset with her, yeah.
If I I mean, yeah, oh, yes, because a few years ago she endorsed a politician that stole funds and was involved in the death of someone, and he was our
Okay.
former prime minister. So yeah, it's so
Yeah, it's like my friend,
yeah,
fellow friends from Haiti. If you mention the Clintons to them, they're not too happy with
yeah.
Oh,
leave it
boy.
at that. But yeah. So so I'm trying to, when I take over manually here, I can pass through this a little bit faster. But this is a good line. Well, I'm not feeling motivated to be valuable to anyone but myself. I like that line. That's a good delivery. Like a villain would say something like that. It's like, why do they even need her in this? I mean, it's so ridiculous. They're tracking this stuff down, and like she hasn't even she's got nothing to do with it really at this point. I mean, just totally other than the guy coming to the station, I guess. But it's just they just got to get her involved here. Oh crap, I hit the wrong button there. I'll go back. I'll go back to the, I got to skip forward back to where we were on the slideshow. Don't mind me. I think we're about, let's see, where were we? Let's see, I think we're about right. Can't remember what number we're on here. Well, let's go here. I was trying to speed up the slideshow and I hit the wrong. Yeah. Oh, wow. I clicked on it exactly. That's almost exactly. Not bad.
You're amazing.
That was pretty lucky. Yeah. Just want to speed the slideshow up a little bit so we're not here forever. But yeah, so they got to, because this guy's going to the space station, it's like they couldn't track this weapon down. I mean, eventually it turns out it's a weapon that she built, but Starfleet doesn't know that. It's it's just conveniently around her. Yeah. So she was Malaysia's most popular celeb before that. Interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, she would make a great foe to Buck Rogers. Yeah. And it has to be more than 20 years before start of TNG, because Yesterday's Enterprise is season 3 and Garrett disappears 22 years before season 3. So basically 1 year Garrett will need, so you've got to work back from that. Yeah. And that's one of the best episodes of TNG. God, Yesterday's Enterprise is great. Yeah. So they're basically fighting here and having a pissing contest. Yeah. About, you want me bugging you? And she's like, boring. Oh, let's welcome to Sunday Night Geekery for the first time, Professor R2. Hey, R2.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
great to have
thanks
you
for inviting me
show.
on. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. And I get invited on for this. Oh, it's the first.
Oh my God.
The first Star Trek movie in so
Welcome.
many years. We should be excited. We should be thrilled.
This is awesome.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh.
So you were being such a big fan of Discovery, you were really disappointed in how bad this turned out.
Yeah, you know me. I love a nice, a good cry, and some girl bosses, and a lot of nonsense. So yeah. Oh, hey everybody.
And so welcome. I'm going to put your link in, but one of my favorite is Ensign Tilly, of course. So
oh yeah.
Oh God.
And she's such a fan. She's such a fan.
Sorry, I ordered mac and cheese on purpose. I'm trying new things because my comfort zone has become uncomfortable.
I don't know if you've seen that before, Professor R2 in panel, but
It's the power of science, people.
yeah, power of science.
Power of mathematics.
And then listen to this one.
That was disturbingly not delicious.
How could anyone say that about mac and cheese? As
Mac
a
and cheese
dimensionally
is
challenged
like
person,
amazing.
It's amazing.
it's amazing, right? Yeah. So what a disaster! What a disaster!
Oh boy. Yeah. This wow. Yeah, this film is something else.
And most people are really going after the show. I mean, everyone's going after the show, I should say, about how bad it is. I mean, it's not just us in terms of the how would you say it? I don't want to say anti-neutral. I hate being
The purists, maybe.
Yeah.
Not fans of Kurtzman and J.J. Abrams' Trek. I mean, it's everyone that's panning this this show.
I'm not sure you can call fans of Discovery Star Trek fans. They're something else, but not Trekkies. I don't know, but yeah. It seems like everybody is tired of this. It's a mess. I mean, just from the start, when you're really looking at it as somebody who understands Star Trek canon and history and watched the shows for decades, there's so much that's wrong with this. So much. And then forgetting all of that, there's still just so much that is wrong with this. It's so bad.
It's bad on multiple levels, right?
Yeah.
I mean, some people are trying to say, well, if this was just like a spy, movie, it would have been okay. I'm like, no, even if it had been it is not Star Trek to begin with, but even in that realm, it doesn't pass muster.
Yeah. I mean, you got this really cheesy, just cookie cutter heist film with a bunch of characters that are just a pastiche of characters from other movies. I mean, you got the strong guy, and you got the sex pot, and there's the tech whiz, and then you got the one that's like all straight laced and wants to follow the rules, and you got the guy with a mysterious past.
It's almost like Leverage.
Little bit.
Yep. And hail to that Gen X guy. Hey, Gen X. And Lisa said Tilly is a liar about mac and cheese. Yeah. So if Tilly doesn't eat a lot of carbs, what was she eating? I mean, Chris Gore. Oh, come on, I know. Yeah. But
here we get our microscopic life form, who's part of the team.
We got a Micronaut.
Yeah.
Now the design isn't terrible in this in terms of a Men in Black thing, but this doesn't fit into the Star Trek universe at all. I mean, Star Trek has never had anything like that, unless you want to say the alien in Cat's Paw. Maybe, I guess you could.
Yeah.
But they probably have never seen Cat's Paw and don't know what I'm talking about. The writer.
So is that little alien thing the one that's controlling the other thing? Is that
the laughing Vulcan? Yeah,
driving the robot Vulcan. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's his ship, and with all the tentacles, and he's in there controlling the Vulcan. And of course, I'm gonna create a laughing Vulcan so I can go incognito, so no one notices me. That's gonna be the perfect character. And they had to buy this robot on the black market because Starfleet can't make an android, right? I mean, yeah. So that's ridiculous.
And some 70 years on, we find data and lore, and these are supposed to be beyond what anyone can do, as far as technology wise. But yet we've got this dude walking around, 70 plus years earlier.
Idiot Vulcan, yeah. There's an idiot Vulcan, yeah. Leave Killy alone, yeah.
Captain Killy.
My comfort zone has become uncomfortable. Maybe you're approaching maximum density. All right. Bootleg Vulcan conveyance. It's like, what the hell? Why do you need to make? What's bootleg about a freaking? They've had androids in Star Trek since the first season of TOS. I mean, and it wasn't illegal, right? And then this is all this modern stuff where whenever they make a comment, they've got to feign outrage, like they say they're all scavenger and they discovered an infestation. So now the alien dude goes, the micro alien Fuzz goes crazy because he offended him with his words here. Yes. He goes ballistic, and then the mech guy gets offended too, and overly offended. Say infestation one more time.
Oh,
say scavengers.
What again?
It is just the lowest of the low with the dialogue. It's all been taken from other films and other television shows. And then there's just the nonstop fan service, the attempts at, remember that, all these characters. There's all sorts of callbacks to everything. You get Quasi there, who's supposed to be a Cameloid from Star Trek 6.
Yep.
She
looked a lot better in Star Trek 6, though. David Bowie's wife.
Definitely.
That's what's her name? Oh, I'm just
Iman.
Iman, yeah, gorgeous, incredibly gorgeous. Yeah, that was a funny scene. Yeah, But yeah, they're trying too hard here. Nothing lands. Like none of these jokes land.
Well,
You're supposed to have
yeah,
this
you
banter,
can't.
right?
Yeah, you can't show it here, Mark. I mean, you could do a 2 or 3 second clip of his. He's really kind of going off here, if I remember right, R2. Like his face, he's like, he's really hamming up how mad he is. You can't tell it because they're doing clip by clip. But
I'm trapped in this robot body, and it's not fair.
like he's really losing it there.
Yeah, and there's a line too towards the end where they say, we used to be in charge of this galaxy until you giants came along. It's like, what? It's so stupid. I mean, just and she's then the Deltan calms them down, I guess. So, but really just inane dialogue where they're supposed to, trying to introduce all these characters. You're supposed to say, oh, this is so cool, this is funny, and I'm cringing the whole time I'm watching this. It was just nothing charming about this. I mean, she's gorgeous, but she really, she lasts about 5 more. Spoiler alert, which is on there about 5 more minutes in the show.
And you got the dude in the power armor who has mech dysmorphia.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That whole scene right there, guys, Miss Devin, I think is they put the dialogue in to try to cover up all the stuff that they think might be funny, but that we might hate, but they put it in there so they can say that, well, we put it in there to cover up. You know what I mean? Like they went after each other and except her yet. They haven't said anything really about her yet, right? Deltoid, but you know what I'm saying? They're character assassinations, so that way you can't make fun of them later or something. I don't know. That's what they did, right? Infestation jokes, and just like you said.
Yeah.
That's what that whole scene was.
Then we get, Starfleet is here to make sure we color inside the lines. You don't send a basically illegal ops group, a black ops group, in to color inside the lines. That makes no sense.
So
exactly. Thank you.
To let you know, I am not Star Trek at all. I watch it. I know a little bit about it, but I am not like you on your guys' level at all. So I want to ask the question: what demographic were they shooting for when they made this? 12-year-old boys? I mean, the humor,
I have no idea.
I mean, or did they just say, oh, like I say, they just didn't care and they said, we're just going to do whatever the F we want?
I wish I knew.
Because, I mean, just watching, this, like, I'm going, this is so stupid.
It's the primary demographic is.
There you go. Look at that. No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But there's a lot of body modification stuff in this that we've never really seen in Star Trek either. But yeah, no, I think the prime demographic is 12 and 13-year-olds who are mostly looking at their phone and just letting this play in the background.
And I got to ask you, you were in the chat, but why is that map Starbase 11 not shown in Federation space? Are they showing Starbase?
They got 13
Starbase. We're not showing the line here, but that was
that's weird.
Another thing that was driving me crazy was they didn't have Starbase 11.
Well, and then there's this whole thing about, oh, well, it's not inside of Starfleet territory, so we're not allowed to operate there, whatever. It's like, you're a covert ops group. The whole point is that you go behind enemy lines. You go where you're not supposed to. That's literally the whole point of having something like
That's
Section
the
31.
Of what co-op is, I thought. Well,
right.
Put Buddy's comment.
I mean, I'm not that smart, but I do think, co-op, it's kind of covert operations, or kind of.
And the thing is that Section 31 wouldn't even be covert. If you go all the way back to Deep Space Nine and learning what 31 was, they wouldn't have teams, they wouldn't have starships, they wouldn't have, any of this. They wouldn't have their own badges. That's for damn sure.
They added that later.
Yeah, they added all that garbage in
it really
STD.
doesn't make them very covert, does it?
No, now that was the thing. Section 31. If you're looking back at Deep Space Nine and you're thinking about what Section 31 was, it was more covert than just some just some like NSA or something like that. Like we're talking about like embedded operatives that didn't even know who their handlers were. They were the just darkest of dark ops. They would be doing stuff just like manipulating people in the background to get them to make certain decisions and stuff. They're not going on. They're not strike teams going out and attacking
Mission
stuff.
Impossible.
Right?
It wasn't
It's
Mission
like
Impossible.
version of Suicide Squad or something.
It is. It's exactly what it is. It's exactly how they're treating it.
Yeah, and I don't like the idea of Section 31. We talked about in the beginning of the show, where I dislike the idea, but they still, the technic, potentially the movie could have been good, even though I dislike that whole.
If they had that, whoever that lady was at the beginning in the Hunger Games kind of stuff, and have her just, I mean, they've done, spy movies or covert or assassins, where they're by themselves and how they're dealing with other people, and they're fantastic movies, and they could have done that and did not had her with this whole, menagerie of idiots, and had her, being really one tough ass bitch. Excuse my language, but
at the end of the movie, they actually use that language to describe the emperor. So Giorgio. So, this line here too on the screen is, "Listen carefully, junkyard." And this guy normally he goes crazy when someone insults him. He doesn't do it there. Starfleet does not do assassinations. You just mentioned assassinations, but it's ridiculous. Like you're saying, R2, you'd have this, handler here who's supposed to watch what they're doing. It's like, this is a covert mission. I mean, if you're going to go to Section 31,
oh, she's the handler.
She's the handler.
Yes. Well, she's the eye on the Section 31 group.
Yeah.
Keep them in line, which is ridiculous. It's like it'd be like if James Bond had someone making sure that he didn't kill anyone, even though he has a license to kill. It's like,
don't you kind of like say, okay, this is what we want done, do it,
however,
and then you just kind of let them do it.
Well, and even if you go back even further historically, Section 31, they wouldn't ask what needed done. Section 31 would decide what needed done, what was in the best interest of Starfleet, what was in the best interest of the Federation, and then they would just subtly go behind the lines,
Judge Dredd's
do what they needed to do and get it done. They didn't ask for permission, and they didn't ask for forgiveness either.
They kind of have changed what the whole
completely changed it.
What Section 31 is in the earlier.
When they introduced it in Star Trek Discovery, suddenly it was like this covert ops force that had their own special badges and uniforms, and they had their own fleet of ships, and they had strike teams and a whole organization, and it's ridiculous.
It was like a wing of the military. Burnham fell in love with the guy that was actually turned out to be a Klingon made to look like a human. And that was another ridiculous scenario, but I can't remember the actors. The actor was actually a decent actor, but it was a ridiculous scenario. Like this guy here is like, don't get your prime directives in a bunch of. Why do they have so many Irish accents in this show?
Who knows?
And the actor, and I was at the Comic-Con panel for Section 31, and again, I feel bad for him now because he was the coolest guy in that panel, and he knew his Star Trek.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and I'm making fun of and sorry, they're making fun of her here. Like, I'm a top tier science officer, butt pretzel, tight ass. Why would you talk to someone who's your handler there? Makes no sense. I mean, that dialogue.
That's the trope. They're all supposed to be edgy characters, right? Right, and I guess they found this guy right here with the beard. What's his role?
Oh, he's the guy with the mysterious background. Who's supposed to be supposed to run their team. Yeah.
Yeah. So Arthur, I kind of watched most of this on somebody else's Cosme, so I didn't really get a full grasp of most of the dialogue. Like before you came on, I think the lighting for me was just bad.
Oh,
the background lighting and stuff.
Yeah. It's all very dark.
Well, his character is actually. They talk about the eugenics war. So he was born in 1970, and he was sent back. He slept, and they inferred like a relationship to Khan and with his character.
Mm-hmm.
and he was the one human survivor who fought against the augments, and they took a liking to him. So the bad, one of the evil augmented humans, genetically manipulated, made him an augment too, which I don't understand how you would do that, because they augmented they messed with your DNA, before you were born, not it wasn't something that was done after.
Yeah, during the eugenics wars, as it's been established, at least in previous canon, it was not we're going to go modify people that are already adults. It was, we're going to create from scratch. We're going to create human beings that have greater, ambitions and greater powers, and they're stronger and live longer and that kind of thing. And they were born that way. It wasn't it wasn't cosmetic
Julian
surgery
Bashir,
that you got later.
It's not Borg style. It's not Borg stuff.
Yeah, his parents went back and the parents manipulated their genes before.
Yeah, when he was a child. Yeah.
Deep Space Nine was the first introduction of Section 31. What was the episode? Was it not Conspiracy, or was it Conspiracy? Maybe. I think it was, but it's definitely later. Deep
Inquisition.
Inquisition. Yeah. Was it 4th or 5th season of Deep Space Nine, or something?
Yeah, I
like
think that was 4th season.
Yeah, definitely wasn't in the beginning of the of the show.
6th season. Sorry, no, 6th season.
Oh, was that late? Okay, so
it was much later. Okay. Yeah.
So now this is ridiculous here. So now she's got this pod device that phases, and this is one of my pet peeves in science fiction.
Yeah.
Where you've got the idea of phasing someone in, like the Flash. We love comic books here. So the Flash, if you've ever seen him, he can, phase through a wall, vibrate his molecules to go through a wall. Mm-hmm. So the big bad here has the MacGuffin that they've got to find, and she's phased it, but it never falls through the floor.
Doesn't fall through the floor. Yeah. We got to deal with that in TNG too,
right?
With that one, with that episode, I can't remember the name of it, but where you get Geordi and Ro that they're phasing around through stuff, but they never seem to fall through the floor or get suffocate because there's no air phased in around them or anything like that.
Right. What was the?
Oh darn it! You're just making logic. Stop it.
Well, at least in Captain Kirk did it in the TO. Didn't he was floating?
He was floating around.
In
the Tholian web.
He was and he was running out of oxygen. It was the countdown running out of oxygen, and so then this big fight scene, which is supposed to be cool, it's just stupid. This whole fight scene, and
and they keep flipping the camera over. I wanted to vomit.
I noticed. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, like I said, I didn't really delve into when I was watching it, but those are some of the things I noticed. These really cut scenes. Is that what you call it, or cut? They're not even cut scenes. They're just so quick.
Well, the edits.
Quick editing.
What's the
quick editing? Thank you.
Yeah. Frantic editing, I would say.
Yeah, Sasha. Yeah, they only do horizontal bopping is the only thing that happens in this episode. No vertical.
And how do you say her last name here? Giorgio. Gigi. Has she started kicking, fighting yet for like 20 minutes straight?
Yeah, this is where we started the fight. But
that started here. Yeah,
I thought she phases in and out and fighting.
Oh, that's when it kicks off. All right.
And this guy's suit does look
Mark,
horrible.
it says you're getting rated.
Ooh, I love
Nick
a raid.
Weiser.
I love a good raid. Oh, from Nick Weiser. Awesome. A huge raid. Huge. Awesome. Hey, guys. That's awesome to have everyone here. We love a huge raid here. So, while you're here, everyone. Hey, Tom. Thank you, Tom. But if everyone could hit that like button, that would be awesome. We always appreciate that. And if you're not subbed, sub to this channel because it's very groovy. Let's show everyone who's on the panel for the raid. So we've got Professor R2 here. First time on and I apologize for having you on. First time covering Section 31.
It's like, now you bring me on.
Now you bring me on.
Hey, I volunteered for it. I asked for it, didn't I?
You did volunteer for
Just
it.
a
Yeah,
glutton for punishment.
That's me.
But sometimes it's so much more fun to talk about something that you don't necessarily like.
yeah. That
It can be.
That could be true. Yeah. That could be true.
Ah,
Yep.
more. There's
70s
more
here.
orange, and lightweight put
more
together.
orange,
Over
And 70s, you
over-
didn't see the Rangers blow a third period lead lately, did you? Oh my goodness gracious! The 15 seconds left. Yep. And thanks, Tom. Thank you. Appreciate the raid. Normally, I don't mind. It's like I got raided. And Cosmic Scroll is here. Greetings from the cosmos. Yep.
Oh,
Nerd raid. Oh, you know
Hepburn,
what that
yeah.
means? If it's a nerd raid, that means that we've got to play this. Then here we go.
Get those nerds! Nerds!
And I apologize for everyone
love
coming
that
here.
one.
We're talking section 31, but we're having good fun talking about it. And if you're gonna make, have fun with something, it's all about the merchandising, right?
Merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made.
I guess I'm gonna have to come up with some section 31 stuff, right? But
Oh God, that character in the back right there.
now this is so bad too. So this is we're showing the slideshow here as I painfully clipped the episode. But
the naked alien.
well, if I go back more here too, it's like there's another scene where you can see. Is it after this or before this where you can see? Look how stupid this mech suit is too. I mean, in the future they can have such a clunky suit. I mean,
Yeah.
looks like so. I mean, it would be sleek. It'd be more like RoboCop. Not this is Robo crap. I mean, look at the back of that suit there. I mean, how freaking clunk is this guy in section 31 and he's wearing this crazy suit?
It's like it was patched together, but he's working for this like covert ops group. You'd think they could offer him something better than that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, let me take the overlay off for a second. I'm doing this too, so I won't get clobbered. But yeah, look how bad look how bad that looks. I mean, Talkie Toaster did it much better. I mean, come on. So yeah, Michelle Yeoh needs a.
Is that the front of it?
That's the back.
that's the best.
That's the back. Okay.
Yeah, and I
Not
have
that
the
it
old
really
version, but-
matters, but
Not that it matters. Yeah. That suit is very covert. Yeah. So we're getting naked alien. And why would you call them aliens? Why don't you just say naked beings or naked? I mean, everyone's an alien there, right? On this space station. It's like, and then I can't remember. I don't know if we passed in the slideshow, but I think there's another scene where he's actually. Let's see. I don't want to go back. I think there's a scene where he's actually. Oh yeah, right here. This look. He's wearing shorts. He's not so naked. He's wearing shorts, which is fine. I didn't want to see him, but yeah. Is with the. I mean, and this guy, they just blow through the walls here. I mean, it's just yeah. It looks like a failed Borg suit. Yeah. Oh, did someone mention Talkie Toaster? Yeah. So I haven't played any Talkie Toaster clips in a while, but I'm sure I've got that on the ready. Yep. Let's see here. Where's my talking toaster clip? Well, I shall find the Talkie Toaster clip. It's when you got a lot of clips. It's well here's a really bad. That's more bad. More bad Star Trek.
well, Mark, on that note, it's about midnight and I got to get up in the morning for my show.
Oh
so,
no. We're gonna lose Mrs. Let me
I'm
let me put your link in the chat. and
Okay,
thank you for
thank you
being
very
here.
much.
And why don't you tell everyone what you got going on? What you have your morning muses? Tell everyone about that.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m., I do morning musings where we do puzzles, memes, birthdays, celebrations, and just to have a good time, just some positivity to start your day. Or if you're on the other side of the world like Sashi is, to end your day. But yes, it's just a bit of positivity. And then tomorrow night at 8 p.m., we're going to continue to watch Batman the Animated Series. I have never watched it before, so I have refrained from watching any more of the episodes so that I watch them first time during the show, and I am really enjoying them and enjoying everybody that comes over and watches them. And that's Monday at 8 p.m. Tuesday, any of my streams I'm not doing because I have a dentist appointment for my youngest. But then we start back on Monday where we do another morning musings, and at 4 p.m. we do anime in the afternoon, and these are all Eastern time, where we are watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and we are in season 1 right now. So that's
Awesome.
about
Well,
where we're
thank you
at.
for being here.
Awesome.
Well,
And
thank you.
Everyone say, everyone
Yeah.
sub to Mrs. if you can, and stop in on her show. She does some great stuff.
Great
Well,
meeting
thank
you, Mrs. Debbie.
Thank
It
you
was
for being
nice
here.
meeting you too, and thank you guys very much, and you have a wonderful rest of your show. And I'm waving
Thank you.
if you can't see.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, she's waving. I could see you waving through the avatar. Yep, yep.
Okay. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
And Buddy Hepburn and Sasha are leaving. They're taking off
Oh,
to
good
Mark.
night. Good night. Yep. Good night. Good night, guys, and have a great week. And thank you for spending some of your Sunday night. Much appreciated.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit good because the chat is several people in chat are talking about the lighting as well. They've
lighting was
really caught
horrible.
on to how bad it is.
And Talkie Toaster, I will find that clip in a second. It's great to have Talking Toaster here. So, and I'm really not in the mood for toaster right now. No, just kidding. Don't leave. But yeah, this scene is another redonkulous scene here. I'm sure you caught this art too, and Dave, maybe not where you were watching it, but she goes for the phaser, right? You know, don't bring a knife to a gunfight is a saying. So she finally why is the phaser there on the count on the part of the bar? Did she drop it? I don't know. So she gets her phaser. She gets whacked there, and then of course the bad guy gets the phaser, disintegrates her. There's a CGI going there.
Oh, the CGI is so bad.
It's so bad there.
So bad.
And we lose the best looking character on the show, which was a travesty.
Hey, bald can be beautiful. Okay.
Yes. And yeah, so we lose her, and then everyone has looks of horror on their okay, it's fine, right? Looks of horror on their faces.
Back to work.
And all right, now wait a minute. Stop right here. All right, everyone in the chat. We got a lot of people here now. He has the phaser in his hand, right? Instead of shooting Giorgio or anyone else, everyone else stays in the bar. Where'd the phaser go? Did they say it was like a one-shot phaser? He's got the phaser right in his hand. Okay. All right. Did he put it down to get a drink of ramen air? Where's the phaser go? It did show it self-destructing.
It's a Derringer phaser. It just has like 2 shots in it, and that's it.
2 shots?
Yeah.
I mean, what's going on here? And then he goes to get Giorgio, and he's got no phaser. Wait a minute. This is beyond stupid. You can't do this. Who wrote this?
Well, then
you're
you
holding
wouldn't have the
phaser,
fight scene.
Yeah, you can't sword fight if you're holding a phaser. You can't.
Yeah, Gigi Giorgio can't get her groove on with her 10-minute fight scene.
Talkie does such here waffle, man. I gotta find those clips. But yeah, I mean, it's just you gotta have Michelle Yeoh is known obviously for her great fighting and stunts, but yeah, it's just ridiculous when you 2 seconds ago, or of course the guy could have, like you said, R2, he could have tried to take a shot, and then the phaser wouldn't work, right? So
yeah, there's some explanation, any explanation. It gets knocked out of his hand. It self-destructs. Or he tries to shoot it, doesn't do anything. But we don't get it. It's just he shoots somebody, and then there's no phaser.
Did you notice that too, or not? That I'm
It was weird. It was like, okay, wait, okay, no phaser. All right, whatever. Strange.
I hadn't noticed that. I don't think anybody else brought that up before either.
He doesn't seem to still be carrying it, and he doesn't try to use it again that I remember.
Right.
So yeah.
One shotter.
One shotter. Yeah. That's a 3D printed phaser. Yeah. But yeah, they didn't explain. Oh, and Hal Davina's here, and I apologize if I'm missing everyone in the chat. Anyone in the chat, because we got that raid was awesome, but I might have missed some of the some of the people popping in. But
Got
hey,
about
I'm glad
100
everyone
people
joined
watching.
us, and yeah, and hit that like button if you could. That would be awesome. Much appreciated. Yep. But yeah, so this fight, yeah, you're supposed to have like a, this is supposed to be, oh wow, and of course they end up on the stage and like this guy just disintegrated someone. They're all hanging around. I mean, I'm out of there.
Yeah,
Right?
who's not? Why is no one running for the hills? It's just-
And he doesn't have extra phasers in that suit. And why is he?
Look at the go back one frame. Look, the girl in the left right there. I'm on the StreamYard side, right? And the gold.
Yeah,
She's just
looking
like
at her phone.
Just watching. No, she's just chilling, just watching.
just
She's not trying to
chilling,
run or hide. She's like,
they're
oh,
all
this fight scene.
they must all be just drunk or high out of their minds, and they're just think this is part of the show.
Yeah, it's just, but someone just disintegrated. I mean, the Star Wars canteen. All right, it can be fun, right? R2, you like a good canteen, even though they don't let your kind in sometimes. But
yeah, it's frustrating when you're a big fan of jizz whalers to not get to go into the cantinas to listen to,
right?
to the modal nodes play their set. It's really frustrating.
But I mean, it's like they're just standing around here, and then this thing is phasing in and out. I guess that idea I can live with. It was a fun idea. Otherwise, the vertical part is just the ridiculous.
Except for the fact, is this where she's using the stolen Dune stuff? Where because you can't see the shimmer around her when she does it, right? She hits the button.
She hits a button. She adds a force field to herself. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see that. You can't see it with the way we're doing it here. You're doing it, Mark. But so for everybody who hasn't seen this, R2, you remember this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They shimmer like they did in Dune, the original Dune. Yeah. It's completely stolen from that, right? I mean, because
I think it's
when you
this
see
part
it,
coming up. I think she adds the
and then she gets stuck.
The shield, the personal shield.
Wall. But then her foot gets stuck.
Yeah, I think this is where she adds the shield. She had the shield before, as we're going through the slideshow. I think she has added the shield, but it doesn't work. It's like, shouldn't her foot be cut off then? If this, I'm a big fan of the X-Men and Kitty Pryde. If you phase halfway through the wall, shouldn't that permanently
well, you'd be
lost a foot there.
You should be molecularly bonded with the material that you phased into. It would it would combine.
Well, if you're not displacing the material that's in the wall, then it's the old adage of the immovable object meets the unstoppable force or whatever. But R2's right. It lets the wall blew out and her leg is fine. That part of her leg would be, I don't know, man, just embedded in there, right?
Yeah.
And she should be screaming in pain right now.
It wouldn't just phase. It wouldn't be like, it's not like a rope got tied to your leg and is pulling you back. She's phased into the wall.
Yeah. And we saw that there was a Next Generation episode. You remember there were little pockets of space they were passing through, and unfortunately a crew member fell through the floor and then phased back in, and
that was horrific.
She was killed immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, and they showed her on the show like phased in the her body up to her waist. She's in the So it was just Kitty Pryde or Nightcrawler. That's one of the things. Nightcrawler can't bamf unless he knows where he's going to end up, because he doesn't want to end
do
up
it. He won't even try.
He's done it before in the comics as an emergency, or it has happened, but it's extremely.
And here we
rare.
see the world destroying music box.
Which they don't know what's in it though, right? Until they open it.
Now they know.
Now, just to make that clear, they still didn't know. It was just because that guy's a bad guy.
Yeah. He opens it up. He knows what's in it.
Yeah.
And now she does, because she knows what's in it. Yeah.
I had that destroyed, to show that she's a good character. And then they never explain how this one little, Genesis device can destroy the whole galaxy there. So, which they should have. I mean, they should have, it's just, just something It just says a big explosion, or just it's just something that can take out the galaxy, I guess. So
Well, they'll describe it here in just a little bit, and what it reminded me of. I'm assuming you've read Ender's Game.
I have not read that. No.
Oh, okay. Absolutely excellent.
I hear it.
Young adult fiction.
Card, right?
Saw the
yes.
movie.
They one of the things that is used in that sort of the trump card at the end, the mass weapon of mass destruction, is the molecular disruption device, or the little doctor. And basically what it does is it causes a chain reaction where it blows up one molecule, and if the explosion from that is large enough and connects with another molecule, then that one explodes, and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah,
so it causes this huge chain reaction. That's basically what she describes here for this weapon. It's just that on a much larger scale than in that piece of fiction.
And I want to know here, how does she walk around with this big ass tail? Like they have this ridiculous CGI tail.
Yeah.
Just because they can do it.
They do show it as a hologram. It disappears. So maybe it doesn't have any weight to it.
Maybe it has no weight to it and she just walks around with it. But hopefully when she gets her potty break, she can put that away pretty quickly. But I mean, how stupid is this? It's just so stupid.
Yep. And there's her other buddy from the Hunger Games.
Right?
Yeah.
When did he show up here for? Or is this? I didn't understand how.
This is a flashback.
This is the flashback. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a flashback to her in the mirror universe, or her universe. But
oh yeah, I got you now. Okay.
Yeah, I did say potty break, Nick. Yep. But yeah, this is supplicant. I'm just, this is all this BS, and how she became emperor thanks to the Hunger Games is just ridiculous.
Oh, it makes no sense in established canon as to how the mirror universe works. It's you're ruthless and you're willing to kill, assassinate. If you're going to be the emperor, you are the most ruthless of anyone, and that's how you got there. And at any moment, someone's going to sneak up and assassinate you. So you've got to be really cunning to survive that. It's not that there's some weird commission that puts together some games with a bunch of teenagers and whoever wins gets to be the emperor. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it was like, why are you giving the head of the king or the queen is going to be this kid that wins the Hunger Games? And I don't know if you're here when I said it, but like they could have explained it, maybe try to retcon it where it's the sons and daughters of all the ruling council and the king himself, and whoever can win these games or fight to the death.
Yeah, but she's clearly just a peasant. Yeah, she's a peasant who's been invited to these games to become the emperor.
Made no sense. And then you think they would take care of him. Yep. Well, Nick Weiser, my buddy's got to get moving, but chat, stick around and enjoy this fantastic show. Thank you, Nick.
Take care, Nick.
You in the panel.
Walk hard.
I got to go faceplant and walk hard, of course. We'll be ready for Toxic Tuesday with Walk Hard. Or was it Walking Tall? Wait, I thought you said it was Walking Tall. I've got to... Just kidding, Nick. I know it's Walk Hard. Yeah, the Dewey. Yep. But that's where famously I did the wrong show one week for the slideshow. Yep. And the action says, when you describe it, it sounds so stupid. Yeah. Oh, awesome.
I guess our descriptions are accurate. It sounds stupid. Hey, Tom.
Hey, I don't know how long I'm going to stay. I only watched part of this crappy thing, so. I got as far as the scene where she's like calling out how bad the Section 31 people are at disguising themselves in the bar, and that's where I shut it off.
Wow.
I actually fell asleep. If you saw my tweet from today, I fell asleep last night.
I don't think I saw it, but yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm joking, but yeah, I posted. I've watched the first 20 minutes, about to the bar scene, and fell asleep. And I woke up for the last 5. I'm like, did I miss anything good? And no, I didn't.
I could not doze off. I was too occupied bashing my head into my desk.
The guy with the thriller jacket. What's his superpower?
Shapeshifter.
That one, yeah, he's the Comaloid from Star Trek 6. Yeah,
I apologize.
Well, not the same one, but
Kamala Lloyd? Is he related
Kamala,
to Kamala?
Kamala.
He's related to
Lloyd?
Kamala Harris? Is that who he's?
As long as he
is that who
doesn't
he's-
cackle.
Is that who they're?
Yeah, we'd have to hear the cackle to know for sure.
You're a lion dog faced pony soldier.
So Tom, I guess you can kind of relive the horror of this through the slideshow a little bit, but
This
so
is way
they've
past where I dumped off. So yeah.
way past, yeah. But they've landed. They're stuck on this planet now, and the only thing they've got is the garbage cow, which is another throwback to Trouble with Tribbles when Scotty gets in the fight with the Klingon. And it's only when they called the Enterprise a garbage cow, not when they're making fun of Kirk, and Kirk is all PO'd. So of course they land on a garbage cow. So that's the joke here. And there's a mole in the group, so they've got to figure out who. They know that there's a mole at this point, so they've got to figure out, who among the group is the the bad person here, who's the spy, in the spies. So it's really a paint by numbers, nothing interesting or nothing exciting in this.
Well, and I just
show.
can't accept a hero in the story being somebody who not only is Space Hitler but killed her own family and all that shit. It just that opening scene to me just turned me off completely. I mean, I already hated the character from the TV show, so yeah.
No, it's a great point. Yeah, because they try to redeem the character in Disgracery, but
there is no redemption from that.
There.
No.
Yeah, they never even really get there. She's always still, evil on that show, and Mikey Spock is supposed to be, it's like another mother to her, and she's crying, of course, when she leaves, and the Guardian Forever sends her to this time period, and then especially, you're right, Tom. Why would they write that into the character and make her even that much more horrible? I mean, it's tough to get any worse than her character already was, but then to have her take out her family to become the Empress, maybe we should have had a little bit more thought in our writing, but I guess not, right? Obviously, after you watch the rest of the show, so yeah, it's a disaster. So, the special effects are bad. Oh, and hail Oliver Belamonte. Yep. Yeah, Zeph must have put the junction box back in. Yeah, so they're looking for the what's a doodle to make the this garbage cow fly again. Unfortunately, we're getting towards the end here, people. So we're getting close to the end, but and the dialogue is just so over the top and so swarmy and cliched too that it's just cringeworthy the whole time. I mean, there's really. Do you think there was, and I know R2, you've seen the whole thing. Do you think there were any good scenes in this? Was there anything decent in this? I mean,
there's nothing. No, there's nothing about this that has any redeeming qualities whatsoever. This is an absolute disaster from frame one. Yeah. Every couple of minutes, it's just like, wait, what? Why? Why did they?
Yeah, they're using a tricorder here. Why is it so difficult to find out where this guy with the mech suit is on the tricorder? Doesn't he have a tricorder can pinpoint people's location? They're like, what are they using? They can't even find him. It's taking that long to find him. I mean,
there's probably some inconvenient fog or something that's preventing the tricorder from working properly. Who knows?
Yeah, or they're idiots. Yes. Yeah.
And then there's the argument about is it God's send or God's end? Which is it? Oh. They argue about this for like a minute. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's supposed to be funny, right?
Yeah,
it's supposed to be charming and funny, and yep. So
they said his suit was leaking, and they're trying to track him that way.
Yeah, something's
leaking. Yeah. The Tin Man is leaking. Yeah. Well, when you look at the suit, it's not a surprise, actually, right? It's as bad as that suit looked. Yeah. And action, says when it comes to the Venn diagram, which is one of Kamala's favorite things, is Venn diagrams. Yeah. Kurtzman's thinking and writing do not intersect. Well said. Yeah. And hail to Oliver again. Yep. Yeah. So that you find out that he's been deborged. Look how bad the suit is too. It's like if you go back to this I mean, I'll take the overlay off for a second. Let's see. Just look how bad the suit is. They're just like regular pants that he's wearing here.
Yeah, with some
like,
plastic things stuck to the front.
Yeah, so he doesn't have any mechanical legs, or at least RoboCop. That suit was phenomenal. That they did. This just looks like someone half-assed, and he's supposed to be turning himself into a mech. It's just, and it more looks like this looks like something, a high school. No offense to high school, craftsmen out there, but it's high school level cosplay versus something with a huge budget. So
yeah, Tom, what
embarrassing.
did you're the definitive guy on budgets and stuff. What did you look into this one? Does anybody know? Is he there, Tom? No. Sorry.
I think the budget for this was about 20 million.
20
million.
Ooh. If I remember correctly. Yeah.
20 million. Wow.
20 million. And it's an hour and a half or what? Hour and 40 minutes?
95 minutes.
95 minutes.
Yes, I remember because when I tweeted about it, I said that it was the only redeeming quality was that it only wasted 95 minutes of your life.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away. It's something like that because they paid Michelle Yeoh $12 million alone.
Yeah, alone she was 12.
You got to figure she's almost a quarter of the budget, right?
Or more, yeah. Oh, so they only had $8 million to make it. I guess that's why it looks so cheap in so many ways too. Yeah. So
that's a boring scene.
Our mech, the Tin Man just met an unglorious end, and yeah, it's just so bad. Yeah, and Ian Anderson is the only person that can really rock a cod piece, right? No one else should try to do that. So Ian from Jethro Tull, yeah.
Piece. That and Metalocalypse, if you've ever watched that show.
To paraphrase Kirk to mirror Spock, the logic of wasting of time and lives and resources. Can't say talent because there's clearly none of that. So yeah, originally they were supposed to do a, when Michelle Yeoh was on Disgracery, they had signed her up. That was one of these, phantom shows, where you hear that they're going to, they have a spinoff or a show, and all these shows are announced, and like all the Star Wars shows that are allegedly going to happen, or trilogies, and it's just a phantom announcement. Although we did get the Acolyte, which I still don't know how we ended up getting. Well, I know why we got the Acolyte, but like of all the shows, it's like, let's have Leslie Headland do a Star Wars show. Let's give her one. Yeah, but it's just so they couldn't afford her once she won the Academy Award, so they went the movie route. So thankfully only made a movie. We didn't get 8 hours of a miniseries. God, that's the best thing about this.
I might have started my whole a separate YouTube channel for that one, just to go all in on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And look at this line here. Oh, I am very Starfleet. You are just terrified of anyone with a moral compass. It's like, and deep down in that pure little heart, you're actually a chaos goblin, aren't you? I know you don't have that in you, Angel. Don't call me that. And put in your place where you'd be most useful. Yeah. Section 31 is just the place for officers who bend the rules and never quite break them until they do. Yeah. And you fit right in here. It's just such cliched, horrible, cheesy dialogue. And then, of course, Garrett's character, she keeps talking about chaos. Like she goes off the wall for like the last 20 minutes of this, or 15 minutes, saying chaos. Like that line got into her head. Like that would really affect her. So
now I don't remember. Does the chameleon guy ever change into anything?
Oh yeah, he changes into Giorgio once.
Yeah, I remember. Okay, that's right.
And he changes into just a formless blob several times to do various things. But
yeah, I've totally missed all of them. Jeez. Okay.
And then did we get into the scene where it's coming up where he changes into the starfish creature?
Yeah.
That's coming up, I think. Yeah.
I didn't even watch the end of this, to be honest with you.
And the transformation is bizarre. Like the way that they do it, it's not. I mean, since we've seen a Comaloid technically before, the way that they chose to do this transformation. I mean, yes, they wanted to do something a little bit more advanced than what we got in Star Trek 6, which was just, like photomorphing you could do in Photoshop.
Yeah.
But what they chose to do with it is bizarre. He looks like he's made up of a bunch of worms or something. It's very strange.
Right? Yeah, he's got like little
Tendrils.
tubes.
Yeah.
Tendrils and tubes and
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, you can tell
Snails
how much I
Tamer.
cared about watching this the first time, right?
Yeah.
I don't even remember. I just remember some of that.
Yeah. So they finally figure out that Fuzz is the bad guy, the little fuzzy dude here, the crazy laughing Vulcan, who's incognito because no one will notice a crazy laughing Vulcan with blonde hair. So he'd put the machine on autopilot, and that while he was out controlling the
But
mech.
she didn't think to mention that before. We're kind of led to believe that she is supposed to be this incredibly insightful person who like can read people and perceives things that are happening around her. That's how she survived as the empress, whatever. And but yet she doesn't pick up on any of the weird behavior earlier, and she doesn't pick out who the mole is right away. And she waits until now to mention, "Oh, I noticed you had the guy on autopilot."
You got a super
Yeah,
chat.
just
Mark.
notice it now. We got a super chat. Let's pause the slideshow for a second. And thank you, JT Kirk. But you didn't have to do that, buddy. Your character deletes himself with a half general purpose drill bit from Harbor Freight. They've upped their game lately. I'm a Makita person. I like my Makitas, but they've upped their game. But okay, we've got a super chat, so we got to play some clips here, of course, for any super chat. So thank you for that. Let's start with some Star Trek ones here. So here we go.
Bridge is smashed. The computer's inoperative.
No bloody A, B, C, or D.
Brain and brain, what is brain?
Who am I? Hello, computer.
You're a dumbass.
Double dumbass on you!
All right, well, let me try to find that talkie toaster clip now too. But thank you very much for that super chat. That was much appreciated, JT. You didn't have to do that, but thank you very much. Yep. Let's see, where do I have that? Because I know we had talkie toaster in the house, so let me see if I can find that real quickly here. Yep. Well, I'm looking through my list.
It's a trap!
Oh, here I go. I found it. Yep.
I toast. Therefore I am.
Will you shut up?
You don't want any toast then?
No.
What about a muffin?
Nothing?
Would you like some toast?
Mm-mm.
Some nice hot crisp brown buttered toast.
All right, the last talkie toast.
I don't want any!
I mean, the whole purpose of my existence is to serve you with hot buttered scrummy toast. If you don't want any, then my existence is meaningless.
Go watch Red Dwarf. Don't watch this. But thank you for everyone for being here to hang out with us. But there's an example of some good sci-fi. So
Yes.
yeah. So, so this is we get to some more ridiculousness coming up here with that spider scene here where it just doesn't make any sense with what the character's doing. Oh, let's see who just popped in here. Oh, Courtney popped in. Hey,
Nice.
The house is full. Hey, Courtney, how you doing?
Hi, everybody. Oh,
How's
there's
it
a lot
going?
of us here.
Yeah.
I decided to pop in. I got everything I needed to get done, so I wanted to say hi to everyone.
Awesome. Yep.
Hello to the
Did you
chat
watch-
and everyone on the panel.
I'm assuming you didn't watch Section 31.
No, but I'd love to learn.
No, you've got to watch it. I think you should. No, we love Courtney
I-
so much. So
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Oh, is it really bad?
Hey, Joe Dog. Oh, it's really bad. You know how
I'm not sure bad does it justice.
And I didn't even
Find
pay
out.
to watch the end of it.
Yeah. Well, you know how much I'm accused of, not accused, but Mark likes everything, right? Kind of like Mikey. Mikey likes it.
Until the turtles came out.
But when something's bad, I'll this out the just horrible plot points and bad dialogue and cheesy setups and cliches, and there's not like, all right, so they have one character as a mole. I think the one decent thing that one character does, the lead character, one of the forgetting the character's name, he hides the what's-a-doozle so the ship can go, and because he does that, he said, well, I didn't do that because I didn't want to give away to the mole. That was like the only Alok, that was the only thing that made sense.
The one smart thing someone has done. Yeah.
Right. And it's tough to use the word smart with the characters in the show in conjunction. I mean, the mech guy they make out to be a total idiot in this movie, and
yeah, and now he's dead, and he's just a corpse that's being controlled by the microscopic guy.
Yeah,
fighting them. Yeah.
And how does he control him? Oh, is he inside? He's not inside him, right? How is he controlling both bodies at once?
He's remote controlling one of them somehow. Yeah, I don't remember which.
And the Vulcan's on autopilot, but why is the Vulcan attacking?
I think he may have gone back to his Vulcan body, his Vulcan robot body, and then he's remote controlling the other guy. Somehow.
The other guy, yep. So, which is ridiculous too. It's like there's no way you'd be able to do both. And the crazy thing is, the mechanoid, Mr. Mech, he screams out when he dies in a few seconds for good, and he yells out. It's like, why would he yell out? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, he's dead. He's brain dead. He yells out. Yeah. This movie is worse than The Last Jedi, Geely, and Battlefield Earth combined. I did like parts of Battlefield Earth. So
Mark,
I would much rather watch
Tom's got to
Battlefield
roll
Earth.
out, Mark.
Oh, Tom's got to roll. Oh, thank you. Yep. Hey, Tom.
No big hurry, but yeah, I was just.
No, yeah. No, thank you for much appreciated on the raid. I always love being raided as long as it's not going after bugs with poison. and what are you covering on your show tomorrow?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay, but it'll be good. So be there and watch it because it'll be interesting. Yep. So yeah. So what was your rating? Something good. Yep. What was your rating on this from 1 to 10? Even though you only watched 20 minutes, how good was that first 20 minutes?
It's negative 400,000 and 678 billion times 20,000.
Not negative infinity.
That
right?
All that.
Yeah, like Tom, I know you're gonna run, but look at this, Tom. This character can all of a sudden turn into like this crazy spider-like creature. That's the
Chemoid guy, right?
With the Michael Jackson jacket, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did he turn into like a monster or a doohickey like this to fight on the train?
No idea.
He's Beast
Boy.
He could turn into anything, right?
If you could turn into that, right? Why wouldn't you? You're fighting on the train here. Why did you turn into like a scary creature here and kick some ass? If you can change your form
cost too
like
much.
That.
Yeah,
costs too much.
Turn into a huge glowing blue guy with his junk in his knees and just start fighting. Whatever. It's fun.
Anything blue in this show?
No.
But anyway, Tom, thank
so.
you for. I always keep. We always have more fun, but thank you for being here, Tom, and I'll catch you on Toxic Tuesday, of course, too, which will be
no problem. Yeah,
be there. Yeah.
Ooh, what movie?
We're watching this week.
Walk hard.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I should watch that again. It's been a while.
I'm telling everyone, Walking Tall. No, just kidding. Yeah.
All right, take care, guys.
Take care, Tom.
Thank you for being here. Tom's awesome. It was great.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Tom.
But yeah, this is what the kind of stuff that and a lot, not just Section 31, but a lot of TV shows and movie are guilty of continuity problems. But if you're going to give a character these powers, they've got to save this other character, right? So they come up with this, solution. Or, oh, let's so clever. Let's have, shapeshifter without realizing, well, wait a minute. He could have been doing this all along.
Well, like what would have been one of the most kick-ass tough characters in Star Trek universe that he could have turned into. He could have turned into a damn Gorn. And you're right, Mark. He could have turned into anything.
Or Blob, like R2 said, you could just turn into a blob and then immobilize the guy or something.
Yeah. I totally missed the whole blob part earlier because I wasn't paying attention. But well, like I said, I had watched this on Cosme and stopping and framing, and just I was in and out. But and I don't even really remember that. I remember this part, the train, the tunnel fight.
Yeah, this whole sequence on this little floating skiff thing is a mess.
Yeah, it looks horrible. God, it just it goes on way too long.
And the lighting
Indiana
is actually,
Jones.
Sorry, Mark, I didn't talk.
I was just saying, no,
it's
no, sorry, no, I was just saying it's no Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom, railroad.
Not at all.
Mining car scene.
Mining car scene, yeah.
Yeah. So what were we gonna say?
And the lighting. I know I've been harping on it, but it gets worse there because they have like the, it's like the lights are falling fast. They're going by real fast, so they're not only blurred but they're stretched out each light and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. No, it's just really, really tough to see what's going on, and it's a boring fight too. It's not. You don't care anything about these characters. A. B, it's boring, and C, it's by the numbers. And of course, Vulcan dude gets, best of Giorgio. Of course, she falls off, but she's able to use her. Remember that TV show, The Cape superhero they had on NBC that failed?
Yes,
like 20 years ago.
Yes,
was it called The Cape?
Great.
So she's using the Cape. Yeah, horrendous show.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, there was a TV show with a superhero called The Cape.
I think of Cape Cod or like Cape Ann. I don't know. You say the Cape.
The Cape, yeah. So she's able to save herself somehow. I don't know. Doesn't make sense, but she's able to save herself. Falling off that's mining vessel, like or vinyl or mining craft or whatever you want to call it. And so now she's got the better of the robot. You killed your family. What's a few billion more people, huh? Which is a good point to make, right?
That's actually not bad. I mean, that's a pretty good dig, right? So maybe one good line.
Yeah. So but of course that makes our character look even worse, though, too, right? So.
Yeah.
Do they explain how he knows everything about her background?
No, that's a great point too. How would she? Because
was he just watching the opening of the movie? Was that it? It was.
That's a great point. I didn't catch that because how did he's just met her, right? He did.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have a dossier on her. They do mention that in that terrible opening sequence where they're basically introducing you to all the characters on the computer screen. They do talk about her, so clearly they kind of know a little bit about her, but. Surely she has not sat down and spilled her guts to Starfleet to tell them in Section 31 all about everything in her background, including the shameful knowledge of her friend from the Hunger Games who she enslaved and stuff. She wouldn't tell them about that.
No,
unless maybe he did. Unless he did. What San is his name? The bad guy. Maybe maybe he told her about that. Maybe. I guess, but it's just so poorly written that you start asking these questions. Another thing is, this got me big time too. San, who can't stand her, wants to kill Giorgio, right? Mm-hmm. He beams up Laffy, Leprechaun Vulcan. Why doesn't he beam her up, or just keep her in stasis? Like the transporter is the ultimate weapon in many ways. He could beam her out into space now.
The movie sounds awful, or whatever this is.
Inhibitor, right?
It is, Courtney.
So the spaceship comes to get him and pull him away. Like all you have to do is just beam her 40 feet to the west or whatever,
and drop her,
right? And she's gone.
Beam her out, beam her out into nothing.
This is their spaceship. And I got the overlay up just so the Paramount doesn't nuke me from space. But yeah, I mean, look at there's this. Let me take it off so you can see the ship looks okay. I guess doesn't look very stark. It's not great, but it could be worse. But so there's their spaceship. So they beam Laughing Vulcan out, and they don't beam like take her to grab her, put her in the brig, do something. It's like it's just ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah. The ship looks like a folded origami crane or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure.
It is. It's pretty. Now, on second thought, it does look like a pretty stupid ship.
That's good, dude.
I was trying to be nice.
A folded
That's a
origami
good one.
crane.
Yeah, origami. Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like.
Or one of those
Origami.
one of those little things you'd make in junior high. You flip it open to tell your fortune or whatever. The little origami fortune teller thing.
Yeah,
Looks a little bit like that.
Yeah. JT says the answer to that question is classified. Yeah.
I think you're right. It might be possible that it was maybe San told him about their history together, because right there at the end he does say, you made this monster. Basically, you created this monster, and so I think that's at that point she understands that San is the actual villain that she's fighting against.
Yeah,
somehow.
And on this,
who's got
this
purple blood
timeline,
there?
She's known, right? Isn't she kind of known by people who she is?
Not really, no, because
No?
she's been sent back in time by the Guardian on the Edge of Forever into the past, so no one knows who she like. Section 31. They say that she's worked for Section 31, and they know, about Section 30. Only a few people know about Section 31, so no, she wouldn't be well known.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's a nobody in this universe. Yeah.
Yeah, I just my timelines and stuff. I was trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, or maybe Lorca told Hunter. Yeah. Well, Lorca's dead now, isn't he? Isn't Lorca dead yet?
Unconfirmed.
Yeah.
The mirror Lorca appears to have been killed, but we did not find out the fate of the Prime. Universe
Real Lorca. Prime Universe Lorca.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the copy Lorca is dead, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I tried to erase most of Discovery from my memory banks, but did you watch that whole show too, like me? Did you suffer through it, or did you give up on it?
I bit by bit watched up through the end of season 4. The last season I just couldn't be bothered to go back and watch. I just couldn't do it.
I made 2 episodes.
Made 2 episodes. Yeah.
The Klingon thing
burn
for me are too.
burn idea was so stupid.
It was awful.
They
So
forgot
dumb.
the Romulans.
And then
we had warp technology due to the black holes that they used. They used lithium crystals to go faster than warp. Yep.
And then the next season where they're being attacked by another galaxy, and somehow they're able to warp to the other galaxy, even though that would take a millennia.
Yeah.
But somehow they just do it, and it takes like a day. It's
some of the worst writing.
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. And then of course we get the president of Earth that comes to visit at the end of season 4 when we
who was
Stacey
Abrams.
Abrams. Yes.
Yeah. When Arvik said, "Oh, the Prime Lork was thrown out of an airlock," it didn't. I'm trying to jog my sometimes crummy memory. I didn't. The Mirror Universe Lorca throw him out of an airlock or airlock him at one point, or maybe that was a flashback that they showed later on and you might have not seen it.
Yeah, it just seems like there was something that was up in the air as to whether he might have survived it or not. But yeah, he was never seen again.
Yeah. I can't remember much except for crying and SJ messaging. Yeah.
Well, it's hard to remember something that wasn't there, because that's all that was in that show was just crying and social justice messaging and just Burnham being the bestest ever at everything. Yeah.
Hey, Lenrod. Hail. Yo, everyone. Well,
Hello.
Well, one thing that was, in the first couple seasons, they didn't have as much crying. It was until one of the complaints was after the first season, what the characters weren't showing enough emotion, and then they flipped on a switch. So like the characters, all of a sudden, that's all they were doing was crying and being emotional. I think it was between the first and second season, or second and third, whatever it was
Yeah.
Well, look at the Emperor's NN is making comments about the lighting and stuff too. He's totally on our side. They couldn't even decide to put a different color space above the planet.
Yeah.
It's yellow.
Everything's yellow.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. So R2, you still haven't seen any blue. There's some green.
No. Yeah, it's just there's a little green and some orange.
Maybe.
Some pink colors in there occasionally. Yeah.
What's the big deal about the blue?
Well, it's just it doesn't exist in this universe. Apparently, there's no color blue.
Well, there's no color palette other than the basic 3 or 4.
Oh,
Period.
I gotcha.
Like even the sky, it's just a kind of. They couldn't
Which
even
is weird
change
because
the color of the sky and make it. I don't know.
Well, they show
Something.
Giorgio's planet, and it has that, filter on it. But then they're on the garbage car. Everywhere else they go has this weird filter too, which is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
I don't mind the garbage.
There's this lightning.
There's some beams that
yellow,
shoot out.
orange.
They're yellow and orange. Yep, the shielding that they put up, and so they're headed for the passageway, which apparently now we find out that there's just a hole that opens up, just a door just opens up between the mirror universe and the regular universe on a regular basis. And before we thought it was it was transporter accidents was the only way to get there, but no. Apparently there's just every now and then there's just a door that opens up and you can just walk through.
Well, the writers of Brigadoon want their money back. If anyone's seen the musical Brigadoon, when does Brigadoon appear? Every 26 years or something. There's a magical town of Brigadoon. It's actually a really good play musical. Our junior high did it, or high school did it. It's a fun play, and the 2 characters fall in love, but Brigadoon's going to disappear again for 26. But
I can't believe I've never heard of it.
You haven't heard of Brigadoon?
No, and I should know all the musicals. I have no idea. I've never heard of it.
It's an oldie.
Got to check it out.
Check it out. Yeah, I don't know if they ever made a movie of it, but Brigadoon was a fun musical. There's music in it, and. So they like you said, R2, they're not consistent. Where like if you can only get to the mirror, like it's like just open the door and out of the mirror you can get to the mirror universe, right? So they're just not consistent. So it's always been here, but no one's ever noticed. Because in Deep Space Nine, how did they get back and forth to the mirror universe? It was they could almost travel at will between the mirror universe. I think
it was a transport. They were able to modify the transporters in a particular way to allow that to happen. Basically, to recreate the same kind of anomaly that caused it to happen in TOS.
I think that didn't the Kira, the evil Kira didn't she? Kidnap Miles O'Brien in one episode, didn't they?
Yeah, they did have the first time that it happened in DS9. It happened due to some kind of malfunction, something happening with the wormhole, like they were coming out of a wormhole or something, and it happened. But then the rest of the times it was either Mirror O'Brien or the Mirror Kira or whatever, causing the transporters to allow
they were able to
cross.
get back and forth easily. Of
but
course,
apparently there's just a big old door they could just walk through at any time, fly whole ships, whole fleets through.
Right, it's just there the whole time that no one happened to notice. So I didn't mind the design of the garbage cow, because it's a garbage cow. How do you screw up a garbage cow?
Yeah.
So that was okay, although I would have liked to see some blue in there. The Smurfs are very mad at this episode for discriminating against people of blue. I wonder if we go back to the Andorian, how blue the Andorian looked. But
green,
orange, blue.
Looked green.
Maybe this is the Donald Trump episode. We've got a lot of orange here, but I don't think they're. I'm guessing they wouldn't support the T-Man, but it's the cinema where colorblind or just blind, And Phantom said, "Oh, there was a Brigadoon movie in the 50s. I didn't know that. Yep, and it appeared every 100 years. 100 years. Okay, thank you. Yep." Yeah,
and they were on a Brigadoon class or Brigadoon type planet in Meridian on Deep Space Nine, if you remember that episode. where
was it the
planet
whole
would only
planet?
show up every 100 years or so, and Dax almost stayed behind.
Yeah, that was actually kind of interesting though.
Yeah.
That was
It was a
cool-
really good
cool
episode.
one.
Yeah, it was well done.
That was the one where they kept advancing technologically really rapidly over time, or was that an Enterprise episode?
Oh no, that was a Voyager episode. You're talking about the one where where it goes, the time moves really fast, and they're
They start
the Meridian was the one where basically the planet disappears and they live as non-corporeal life forms for 50 years and then they come back and they're people for like 2 weeks, and Dax wants to falls in love with one of the guys and wants to stay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So they're all pale green. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, orange is everyone. Yeah. And this whole relationship here too between the two was just so wonky and so ridiculous. It seemed so insincere, and there's no gravity to it, and you just don't believe it. And of course, they knocked this thermonuclear device onto the floor there, and of course it starts to activate. Of course, because this device is just so wonky that you just drop on the floor and it starts to activate. Because why not?
Well, then she says she didn't put in a failsafe. She wouldn't allow any kind of failsafe or anything in this device. So once it's activated, it stays activated forever, and that's the end.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Totally ridiculous. Yeah. Now the other huge problem I have is we get mercifully towards the very end of this. We've got our little piece of dandruff here. God, I wish it was actually a Micronaut, or maybe if they did Bug from the Micronauts, that would have been cool.
Bug would have been good.
But it's just really a huge miss on so many fronts. Yeah. So, fam, catch him in the chat here. So, the Dax was the people go from matter to energy for 50 years.
Yeah. And blink of an eye. Yeah.
That was a great episode.
Yeah, it was really well written. Yeah, that was a really well written episode. I'm not a huge fan of Voyager, but there's a few in there that are pretty good, and that was one.
That was one of the few ones. Yeah, I remember on our Saturday Night Star Trek with Cloudy and Raquel. That was one of Raquel. God, she despised Voyager. They would laugh and would wait to see like how much she would kill the episode.
Oh God!
But that was one I remember she gave an A, and that was
it's a completely contained story, and it's a decent little sci-fi yarn that they tell.
They tell on that one. Yep. Now Marc D has invited them to ruin Bug in the Micronauts. Yeah, well, thankfully they don't have the rights to that. Yeah. Yep. Well, Cloudy loved the episode we were just talking about. Yeah, the blink of an eye. He did love that one. Yep. But he would have despised it. We would have had fun talking about this one.
Oh man!
If he might not have even watched it.
Oh no, I bet he would have avoided this like the plague.
Yeah. If he would have gone through the whole thing, it would have been epic.
Because we did, we were watching Strange Nude Worms together on StreamYard, so I would get the episode and we'd watch it, and God, it was. Not that I would ever record a friend, but I'm like, God, I wish I'm just saying, like, if you guys could have been there with me with Clobbering Times watching that episode in the chat. I mean, how much fun it was. Just his comments on that show was just actually look forward to watching it as much as I could not stand that show either, and what they've done to the Gorn and how they've screwed things up in Strange New Worlds. But it was just so much. It was a privilege to be able to, hang out with him and just hear his point of view on everything.
Yeah. Hey, Giorgio's a little based there. She said there are no benevolent dictators. No, you're right. That's not a thing that exists.
Yes. So she's turned into a bad guy again. Yep. Oh, now they're in the trash compactor here. Oh my God! I hope no one.
She's psyching herself up, saying, "I love chaos."
Before, right? That doesn't look familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. So that's when she goes nuts, and Giorgio's gotten into her head. So it's, they're going nuts.
She's somehow convinced that they have a whole, bay full of garbage. Somehow she knows she's going to find this toy in the garbage.
And this is Phantom. I haven't caught up on my FF yet, but I don't know if they did have to kill Ben Grimm because of Doom. I haven't gotten to there, but yeah, they've had some really bad storylines, and I think Ben Grimm's going to become human again in a few episodes. But yeah, to get back to this part on the screen here, yeah. So, yeah, you see the dialogue here. We do not let Droom Tech in the Federation because he used Tyrannium as a power source. So the other redonkulous thing they've got this little, doll. What was the doll that was talking that Furby? Yeah. They've got this doll, right? Like this Furby with a thermonuclear device that can take out, like a whole sector of space, but they're they need a lot of power for this doll, right? They're not going to put batteries in this doll. They're going to put terrarium or whatever it is they've invented.
Yeah, it's like it has a power cell that can chemically break down and turn into an explosive, which is she rigs it somehow and throws it out the airlock as a weapon.
Teddy Ruxpin.
Teddy Ruxpin.
I never had one of them, but I had a talking elf doll.
You did,
yeah.
And we have another super chat from the great JT Kirk. So thank you, JT. Much appreciated. Let us find some more funny clips here to play for you. So let's go to. We need a good laugh after all this. You're my friend. Yep. How about a good laugh here?
By the way, they're real and they're spectacular.
Serenity now!
Let's see. Let's play. We need some Princess Bride, I think, here. Let's do some Princess Bride. Yeah, let's see.
True love is the greatest thing in the world. Except for nice MLT, mutton, lettuce, and tomato sandwich when the mutton is nice and lean and the tomatoes are ripe. They're so perky. I love that.
A book?
That's right. When I was your age, television was called books.
It's a trap!
Oh yeah, this whole show is it's one big trap.
That's a trap.
That's a trap. Yep. So thank you again, JT, for that. Much appreciated. Yep. So let's keep this slideshow rolling. So yeah, that was well, here, let me take the overlay off so you can see that. Let me pause that there, and you can see the silly doll that's there. Oh, come on, overlay, come off. It's tough to do two things at once. Here we go. But this little doll that's going to be able to. It's got a thermonuclear device, so they're pouring water on it or something. And science is just controlled chaos, so she's going nuts on chaos now.
I'm not sure where this liquid is coming from. She might be providing it.
It looks yellow.
Yeah.
It's quite the stream there. It's the powerful stream.
Yeah.
Across the stream.
Yeah.
So yeah, so let's keep it rolling. Yep. But yeah, it's just more ridiculous. I don't care what kind of race you are, you're not gonna put that kind of power supply that can take out that much.
There's almost blue.
Wow.
Yeah,
my
there's
God.
blue, yeah.
A turquoise?
At the end of this.
Right. So yeah, important safety tip.
Total protonic reversal.
All right, that's bad. Okay. All right, important safety tip. Thanks, Egon.
Don't cross.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams. Why? It would be bad.
Like this show, yep. And these fights are so drawn out, and they're just not exciting fights, right? I mean, did you guys think these fights were even good or cared about them? Or
the tunnel fight was absolutely
yeah, and they're not solid fights either, because no one's really going for the kill. right? It's just, oh, I'm going to punch and you're going to block it. And I'm going to punch over here and you're going to block over there. And it doesn't look solid. It's not great fight choreography at all.
Yeah, and she's
Fight
known for that.
choreography.
Oh, and Max was here too. Oh, sorry, Max, I missed you a few minutes ago, but thank you. We've got the great master of limericks here, Max Redstone. So he says, the series is stupid, stupid, stupid. I have not watched it and do not intend to, but can authoritatively say that Star Trek has reached a new low. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Yep. So hail to the great Max Redstone there. Yep. But random flame in the background. Yeah. We're going to blow up anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So just push a button. This was the only another intelligent line that was, you just need to make a call. Like this guy can, well, in terms of just push the button, we're going to blow up.
Why?
Right?
Why would you put the open the docking bay and the self-destruct buttons next to each other?
True. Right? Wouldn't the self-destruct have like a big cover on it?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. It's got a little flip cover on it. You got to flip it up, and then it you press the button and it's like, are you sure?
Yeah.
No, it's just right there next to the docking bay. You just accidentally bump it and it's over.
Yep. No problem there. Yep. So, yeah, none of these fights have any. You don't care about the character, so you really could care less, right? Who wins or dies here, right? So, there's a shame when Michelle Yeoh was held a blaster point. Then the next cut frame shoots across the bridge and started a roundhouse kick. Yeah, or when the phaser disappears. Yeah, in the bar, right? The bar scene. Yeah, the act of the disappearing phaser. It's almost as bad as when Mikey Spock is holding the phaser in the wrong direction in one of the Discovery episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And how does she even hold the phaser like that and not notice it? And then it made it through into the episode too.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just so stupid. Yep.
So they, another sort of curious thing is this Droon doll thing, this toy. They ejected out into space, and apparently it's self-aware because on its way out, it's talking about how we're all gonna die.
Yeah, I caught that too. I was going to ask you about that. Yeah. Like, why would a children's doll say we're all going to die?
The evil Teddy Ruxpin. It's the evil version.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. There you go. I thought we had missed it.
We're all gonna die. Yeah, it's a little like it's like a little. I mean the doll is cute, right? Yeah, but it's just totally more idiocracy that they would have that, and then they're stupid enough to put this line in here as fan service or to be funny, like the doll knows it's going to self-destruct. I mean, it's not like they added a backstory like where this doll was like a secret evil weapon.
It's self-aware.
Yeah, well, how would it
Apparently.
know? How would it know?
Well, that's
it's just
a good
wonderful
point,
just
man.
to be with you.
Wow. What?
And boom.
God. It's wonderful.
Right?
Boom.
So you definitely don't want to have your kid fall asleep and wet the bed with that in there with them, because things are going to get real bad.
Yeah. Kaboom! Right. So this is powerful enough to disable the ship, I guess. Right. Oh, and the other thing to point out too was the garbage scow. Is barely functioning. Right. And it's got this tractor beam. All right, that was an okay idea where you're driving around with the tractor beam that collects garbage. Okay, that's semi-fun. All right. But how this other ship is, infinitely more powerful. And the garbage scow, if you notice, it's like about to be destroyed. The shields are down to 0. We can't take another hit, but they just keep on going. They don't change course or do anything. So why is the garbage scow not destroyed? Why is this ship not destroyed? It's got 0 shields left. And they're going way too close, in this part of space. Like it's dangerous, and they're going there on purpose. But there's once they're out of the cockpit or out of the bridge, all tension about these ships being destroyed is gone.
Except freeze frame that right there. You want to talk about fight scenes?
Go back.
Go back one more. One click.
Yeah.
That one. Now, JT brought this up before. I think it was JT. Do you see the body position and his weight leverage on how he's pushing down on that?
Yeah.
How's she gonna get out of that? Unless she kicks him in the, like, right? I mean, that
she does end up kicking him, but no, it's totally ridiculous.
Yeah, she's got the leg kicked up, but at that point right there, that's my point. She's already got the leg kick. There's no, unless she does this super quick, like I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, he's holding that blade. He's slowly pushing it, against her. She's trying to hold it by the blade. He's got it by the hilt. He's got all of his body weight, all the leverage on top of that. It's so silly because it's just played out for a really long time when it would be over in seconds.
Right, and he's got his knee on her head.
Yep.
Right. If you look at that, he's got his knee on her head.
He's suppressing her whole right arm completely with the shoulder neck area. But anyway, we know what's going on.
No, and then she's not wearing gloves, really, right? I mean, how would you? And you would just slice right through your hands there.
Yeah.
There was nothing to stop it. I mean, think of that. It was just making me cringe there too, where you're grabbing the blade. It's not gonna do anything. It's just gonna.
Let's be honest. Unless she kicks him right in the balls, that kick isn't gonna do much from that where she's at, right?
No.
Unless she catches him in the throat or. But anyway, I'll just give a shout out to JT for bringing that up the other day.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad that I got that clip there. But sometimes you miss.
Yeah, that's why I missed the whole change guy thing from watching it the other day. I just didn't really care until the spider part, right?
Yeah. An Action Comics saying, adrenaline's a hell of a drug. Yeah, that could be too. But just the way this is going here too, it's just. The scene is played out for a long time. I guess she's having some gloves. She's got, looks like some gloves there, but but
and it's already in her face too, right? It's already digging into her face.
Well, of course, it would just go through her face there too. It wouldn't kill her. As horrible as that is, it would just go through. But you're right. Yeah,
they're not going to let that happen. So
yeah.
She's gonna get out of it one way or another.
She is the girl boss of girl bosses. So yeah, she's gonna, one kick to a man, twice her size in a superior position, and that's gonna be good enough to Yeah,
I didn't get the kick, but yeah, she just does some ridiculous kick, and and then now she's all upset that the guy's gonna die. And if she was that good of a fighter, why couldn't she take him out? Earlier, disable him, but yeah,
an Action Cam. That's what I was thinking of for Action Cam. My eyes are getting a little blurry, but that's exactly the scene I was thinking of. I just didn't even bring it up. The Saving of Private Ryan scene where the guy was trying to keep, the knife coming down, and he didn't do any kind of crazy martial arts thing to get out of it. And that's what happens if you don't try to get out of it. Right? You just can't.
Yeah. And she's pretty skinny too, Michelle Yeoh. So this, the stuff of this, these girl bosses that can fight guys, and it's one thing if you're a skilled fighter or
Well, if you're talking about martial arts, if you're skilled, you know how to use your own your body and then their body weight to counter them, and if you can move faster and you know how to counter them more readily, then you can win against someone who's larger than you. But it's just a contest of strength. The guy's on top holding you down, stabbing you in the face. A smaller woman is not going to be able to overpower him and get loose.
You got to remember that I did catch the one thing at the very beginning of this. Her bio was Emperor Martial Arts. Remember that?
Yeah, no, she's in disgrace. She's known for her fighting skills. Yeah, which does make sense, but. What gets me is like I dabbled in karate a little bit years ago, and the funny thing was when they had we had girls in the class too, and this was college. I was like in a karate club, and I did it for like 4 or 5 years, but nowhere near an expert.
I did it too.
You did it too, yeah.
We all did.
But
Each
they,
needs son. Kia.
but then they would teach self-defense for the women so they could protect themselves. And it was funny, even today, but like the girls, like I was, maybe 220, working out every day, lots of muscle, not like today. And they're like, you couldn't move me. Like, they would have, but then once you did the proper techniques or showed how to leverage, you could do certain things. But if you didn't have any skill or know what you were doing, like the women were totally shocked at how immovable the guys were and how much stronger the guys were, how you could just like basically grab the woman and pick her up and carry her if you weren't trying to hurt anyone, but just to like, do a simulation or something. And so
my
you see
dad
these
switched me to judo from karate because he used the other person's like the power, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of like to flip him over. And I was actually pretty good at it, but we never had like, it was like against other people my size.
Yeah. But when you go against so what really, I always have to laugh when they show these shows, that especially when it's women just like throwing guys around and, overpowering them versus like Black Widow's scenes and especially in the Iron Man movie Avengers, which she's using the skill and her legs and some, not just show of force. But now this is the other thing that really got me. You really got me now, not in a good way.
You really got me now.
They've set this thing to destruct, right? Now explain this to me. So this weapon can annihilate a whole sector of the universe, and it's got a chain reaction. Their ship doesn't look too far away, so the Eye of Sauron blows up there, like takes that ship out, right? The garbage cow ain't that much further away. Why is the garbage cow not incinerated? Why is anyone alive here?
Good question.
Right?
Yeah, apparently it's we do not get this explained to us. There's no technobabble in here telling us whatever is happening or how we could avoid this disaster. It just moves forward. It goes into the little barrier between the two universes and goes kaboom. And there's a nice bright big flash, but somehow them only being, a few hundred kilometers away, no problem. Even though it's supposed to vaporize a whole quadrant of the galaxy.
A whole quadrant?
Yeah, so you picked that up on that too, right? Yeah. You guys were thinking about that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be able to take out a whole quadrant.
Yeah, Mark said that. I didn't even catch on. I went, wait, what? A whole quadrant? A quadrant?
Yeah.
Now that's the only blue we got back there, Mark. Go back right there.
Yeah, there's some blue there. Yeah, but I just want to keep going. When does the? Oh wait, the ship gets destroyed.
No, is that like a whole? What is that?
Yeah. I'm
rift?
going to go back. I just want to catch something here. Does the ship get blown up here? No, the ship's not blown up here. That's just the.
No, it doesn't blow up until the weapon blows up. Yeah.
The weapon. All right, it's just being blown. Well, what's this explosion there?
That's just around that gate on the way. That's around the anomaly.
All right, it's not been blown up there. Okay, yeah.
Just in a land of confusion.
So now of course you have the typical blows up at the same second, and but everyone's okay there. Yeah, because
they managed to transport them, but somehow the device doesn't come with them for some reason. Even though normally when we see someone in Star Trek being transported, if they're holding something, it comes with them. But the Doomsday device does not transport with them.
Yeah, because it would have to blow up after they're transported, obviously. Mm-hmm. Now, unless they're explaining it away that the ship was on the other side of the wormhole or whatever they're going to call this, and the explosion closed the wormhole. But that's pretty ridiculous, though, too, because it's they're
again. If there had been some sort of technobabble in here that, well, if it can detonate, while it's right in this little area between the two universes, then we can contain the explosion, something like that. Some off the cuff, just tiny little technobabble line, which we have gotten in Star Trek 1,000 times.
Yeah.
They could have said,
Yeah.
okay, we just stick it. If we can manage to squeeze it into this little pocket here, and everyone will be saved. Well, that would make sense, but they don't tell us that. They also don't tell us that, we're just going to shove the explosion into the other universe and take out their whole quadrant of bad people on the other side. They don't do that either. They just it blows up, but nobody dies apparently. So,
or if they got away at light speed, like Phantom is saying, like we have to transport them out and get away from here at light speed, like with the the Genesis effect or Genesis device, right? Then they don't even say that all they had to have was one line, like we're able to warp away before the explosion. Because who's driving the ship here? Was it?
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
This whole description is the definition of Sunday Night Geekery.
Thank you.
It's amazing. The analysis of everything is so cool.
Yes, Rob, if it can dodge a wrench.
Right? Because look, I guess they're on the bridge here, right? Or yeah, so they've activated the impulse engine.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to give them. So they're moving in towards the anomaly, I guess. Okay, we'll give them that. Now Rachel Garrett is driving the ship, I guess. Here, cool headdress. And I guess who else is on the ship? Is it just because they're there?
The chameleon guy is the one driving
He's driving the ship.
Is the one flying the ship. She's trying to activate the transporters to get a hold of them and bring them over.
Yeah. So apparently it was successful. Unfortunately. The ship looks like it's a mess, but where's Chameleoid guy? She's on the ground there. Where's the guy that's driving the ship?
He's still. I think he's still sitting in
there?
the seat. Maybe.
But why did she get knocked out? Wasn't she sitting in the seat? Why is she knocked out? She's in the seat, and she gets knocked out. But Chameleoid dude doesn't. I guess.
Yeah, apparently, and somehow she gets thrown from her chair directly behind the chair.
Yeah, and he's in the
still in his seat.
Whoa,
no problem.
Yeah,
no problem.
Everything's just
But
fine.
why? But what?
You don't see him in the seat in that one shot.
Yeah, you don't see him in the.
He's
in
not
the
there.
seat. And if the force is backwards, why would you get blown? Why would there even be a force? Wouldn't just the whole ship move backwards?
Wait, are you trying to tell me that the continuity in this film is not very good? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, wouldn't you be thrown into the the windshield of the ship if you hit something? Wouldn't that be force you if like something bangs into you? Weren't you going to go forward?
Yeah, the force of the explosion had sent the ship flying away from it. Yeah, you would be shoved
forward, right?
Yeah, you would the ship would move, you would not. Yes, and so you would lurch forward, with the ship lurches backward. So yeah,
right.
You'd smack into the dash.
I
You
mean,
wouldn't.
I
You wouldn't be thrown backward while the rest of the ship stays still.
I mean, I did pass a few engineering courses in my day, statics and mechanics. So, I'm trying to think of what would apply here. But yeah, if you
It's the laws of physics, I think.
Yeah, I've got my Matchbox car. If I hit that backwards, yeah, you're gonna move forward. God forbid when someone hits you from behind, you get whiplash and your head snaps back, and you're thrown thrown forward.
Yep.
Oh my God, the horror. So.
But instead, somehow she's thrown out of the seat she's sitting in to be directly behind the seat she was sitting in. So what do I know?
If anyone in the chat wants to try to explain it to us, yeah.
And then he's not thrown out of his seat at all. He's still sitting there chilling. He's fine.
Well, of course, if he turned into the starfish or something to brace for impact, that would have made sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then why does she fall in love with her? It's the Mikey Spock thing with the, she all of a sudden, she's just so happy to see this mass murderer alive.
Yes.
And
she's
it's
thrilled.
Just she's thrilled. Yep. Oh, and Oliver's got a good comment here. Oh, Michelle had no real martial arts training, but she took Taekwondo and has a significant background in ballet, which gave her quick flexibility in her martial arts choreography. Well, of course, yeah. If you're a dancer, yeah, you're gonna be, and of course these are not real fights, so you're basically being choreographed. So I could understand that and see that where that would be a huge asset. Oh, grow up. This is a funny line. Perkiness is disgusting, but it's even funnier is why this person in Starfleet. This is modern day crap where they would go give someone a hug like that was just
After
just
everything.
totally-
I'm so happy you're alive, you mass murdering monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's one of the most horrible clips ever. Let's see if I've got another one from Discovery if I can find it here. But yeah, it's just that how would you describe this kind of dialogue? It's just modern day dialogue, just totally bereft of anything close to Star Trek or what you would think Star Trek would
it's
have.
it's Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's modern day stuff. It's not at all what you would see from Star Trek in the past. It's not written with any kind of view towards it being in a different time or a different place. It's just how the cool kids talk.
Yeah. Which is fine for Buffy, right? Obviously. Yeah.
Which is fine for Buffy, but not here.
Are you guys?
Oh, you know what?
I'm not.
We would give it. We'd give it. This is what if you've watched the show, UFO.
Oh yeah, classic.
Yeah.
10 times over. Yeah.
Oh,
10 times over,
she loved that guy. Remember?
Yeah, she was gonna be the president of her fan club. Yeah. But she'd not like Foster. Not like Foster.
No, not at all.
Yeah. But it's just really that just the perkiness there. I couldn't find my clip, but that's all right. But just so crazy that she would just go over and give her a hug like that. Just nuts. Yeah. Oh.
Yes, and again, no explanation here. It just appears that the explosion starts to close this rift between the universes.
Yeah, just closes up here. We don't explain it. Yep. And hail to the green one. Yeah. This is no Buffy. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't say it was as good as Buffy. I'm saying that's where all of these writers get their inspiration for the way they write their dialogue.
Yeah. Just trying to be that snarky, smart ass dialogue, which is not that easy to write. Kind
of like Guardians of the Galaxy type stuff.
Oh, very much so.
So I mean, it's just like a ripoff of a lot of different stuff, man. A lot.
Did that say 3 of your Earth weeks later? Is that what that said?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think yeah. So stupid. Yeah. Because they know that we're watching this on Earth. Yep. And then we find out the space station actually can turn into a sort of a ship, I guess. Michelle Yeoh's got blue hair now. All of a sudden, here's
now we get more
Quark's bar.
Gotta have the aposomatic hair coloring.
Yeah. Too bad I never clipped Avon saying "justify stupid" because this is a justify stupid moment. Well, we can try to find that clip because I know I have it somewhere. But I'll find it after this.
Put Action Com's comment on there.
Well, that's okay because you would have in Star Trek universe you would be able to heal that instantly. With
you'd have your dermal regenerators and whatnot. Yes.
Yeah, but no, it's nothing. They don't explain anything in this show, and seriously, bedazzled dress. Well, that was another $1 million in the budget.
That's a disco queen or something like.
Yeah. And we've got a refugee from the planet Charon. I guess somehow one guy survived. Now, she does look good in in the outfit, I guess, right? Why is she dressed like this? Why would the person from Starfleet dress like this? The blind
do not
in?
know.
I mean, she changed her hair to a different wig.
Or something like the way her hair. She looks. I don't know. It's funny.
Now we're getting all kinds of blue now, right? At the end.
Here's their blue.
Yeah.
Oh, it does
But
indicate
blue hair
chaotic
girls.
evil within. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She did not roll her saving throw after Giorgio gave that speech, so she's now chaotic neutral. Yep. Chaotic evil. Oh, chaotic evil. I guess. I remember more chaotic neutral. Oh, chaotic evil. Okay, yeah.
It's just
And this is with
that makes her very like it looks out of place for the movie, kind of, or the whatever you're.
Well, you notice that dialogue right there? Go back 2 clips. You got the biatch part, but watch what he tells her, what he says to her. One more.
Oh, this is horrendous. Yeah, you're a terrifying, soulless murderer. Yep.
And they're just, haha, that's so cute. They're funny.
Oh, he does have the same eyes as Iman there in Star Trek. All right, I finally picked up on that. Yeah. Yep. We can never truly trust. Yeah. I love that for us. This is so great. We're going to have many adventures together with this heartless murderer. Somebody's got to keep things lively. Yeah. Oh, this is so funny. You're just a terrifying, soulless murderer.
I always
Gene Roddenberry would have loved this. Yeah.
Yeah, like I always expect the beard guy to be like, yeah, I'm out. Screw you guys. I'm going home. A little Cartman on this one.
Yep.
You know.
She's hip.
She's hip. Yep.
Look at her.
And Lasher,
oh, she's clutching her pearls.
Mm-hmm.
Lasher says, watching this without sound has made me realize that all Trek looks the same now. Yeah, it's just a generic, boring look. There's no color. There's no, that was a great thing about TOS. Of course, in color was a big deal back in the 60s, but that's why they had the shirts, the different colors to show, for your color TV. But you did have a nice color palette in Trek. It was always great to look at, and just looks so generic. It's like Ocean's 11 in space. I mean, so it's just horrible. Yeah. Now the alien from Sharon only appears and has nothing to do with the story. Remember, they did not care for monotones either. Yep. Oh, Courtney's back. Good. Hey, Courtney.
Yeah, I just got kicked out for some reason. I'm not sure.
Maybe in your phone or.
Yeah, I'm almost home. I'm in the car, so.
Yeah, so got disconnected.
Yes.
But she's being eaten by a shiny fish. Yeah. Touche. You make a point. Oh, this is such witty dialogue here.
Mm-hmm.
And how about to our fallen comrades? How about to the cute Dalton and Mr. Mac, like to absent friends or something
absent
here?
Friends, yeah. I was gonna say it's nope.
We
to
forgot
us
the other
because
two.
we're the best.
To the other two that died, we don't care. They don't mention. Is it me or did they mention those other 2 characters at any point? Mel and Mr. Mac. Did they mention him at any point? I don't think so, right?
No.
They're just dead and that's it, right? They get a bad look and that's it, right?
Yeah. But they bring back the other guy.
Yep. You've got to be kidding me. Yes, you got to be kidding me that you're in this movie. Section 31 bought 2 of these conveyances on the black market because we don't know how to make Vulcan conveyances.
Mm-hmm.
We can build starships, but we can't build robots, right?
And of course, they got to bring this character back with a Southern accent this time around. Good God.
Yeah, now his hair's changed, right? You
Yeah.
notice it's
My
not
name's
swooped down,
Wisp.
it's swooped
I'm his
back.
wife.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So name's Wisp. I'm his wife. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It almost reminds me of that, like, hi, this is Hans, and I'm Franz.
Yeah.
Not
Weird.
a-
Pump you up.
Yeah. I'm here when we catch up with that line double deal.
Oh, or the Sprockets guy should be in this character.
Yeah.
Remember him? Sprockets.
I'm as happy as a little girl.
Yeah.
We blew up his ship, ma'am. Mrs. Fuzz, honey. Little things sometimes survive big explosions. It's like, why? Why? Where in physics does that work? That the little thing, wouldn't it be more susceptible to being totally destroyed?
I mean, it's true that there are extremophiles that exist as microbes and stuff, but to necessarily, oh no, this huge, explosion that could have poured out all kinds of heat and radiation and all this stuff, there's no reason for you to think that he would have survived. It's ridiculous.
Totally nuts. Yeah. I mean, you could say maybe like he's got some warp technology or something that, but you saw that ship just totally fry. So, and they never said they were microscopic. Did they say they were microscopic? Could you see this guy, or you can't even see this guy? Is that small?
Yeah. It's kind of implied that he's like the size of a bacteria or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Or his little ship is the size of a bacteria. He's smaller.
Yeah. So, but you wouldn't even, it still would be subject to the laws of physics, where if there's an explosion, doesn't mean, yeah. But of course, yeah, they were setting up, the sequel that'll never happen to this.
Oh, yes.
They were setting that, you
gotta
get to play two characters because actors love that. Yeah.
Gotta get that sequel.
Now's the time for Sprockets. We dance. Yep.
Oh, Max remembers Sprockets. Nice.
Dieter's dance party. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Amazing.
Oh, dude,
no, this was just the most amazing part of the show coming up. I was just so excited to see Jamie Lee Curtis.
Control has a job for us. So I guess Control is now something different, since wasn't that the whole point of the second season of STD, was them getting rid of Control?
Control. Wasn't that
Control was the AI that was they had to fight and destroy Control. And that was the big bad in the second season. They destroy it.
Yeah.
Unless they're just calling this Control as a Control in terms of Section 31's leader.
Yeah.
And here's the big reveal that no one could give in the spoilers, the other day, because it was the big cameo. Like, who cares? God bless Jamie Lee Curtis. I don't, no reflection of her, but
yes, RobAltis.
But who cares that it's Jamie Lee Curtis in this terrible role, right? I mean, does it matter? Were you happy with this R2?
Oh, geez, this is so awful. I think the worst part of this is that you can tell they recorded Jamie Lee Curtis and then for some reason felt it necessary to add like little biomodifications on her face after the fact. They move around and they don't quite stick with her expressions and stuff. It looks awful. So is she Borg? Is she just have weird body mods? Something, I don't know, but it looks terrible.
Yeah, because you can't just have people in Trek now. You got to have some stupid body mod.
And speaking of
Borg,
R2D2, the Star Wars one where Princess Leia, that little thing, when she comes out of him, right? How long ago was that made? That looked better.
Yeah.
Nearly 50 years. Yeah, it's 47 years.
Yep. Oh, good night, Max Redstone. Take care. Yep.
Help us, Obi-Wan.
Yeah, and present him. That was the AI that wanted to become an AI. It was just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Become sentient. It was an AI that wanted to become an AI.
Dude, anime does better than
worst
this.
writing. Yeah. Yeah. It was
Control. There's hordes of anime that are better than this.
Ghost in the Shell makes this look great.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. So there we go with the ship. Look at the ship flying off. And we did get like that Star Trek warp drive. So the ship folds up, halfway up, and then the ship part sticks out and it takes off. Never to be seen again. So yeah, and then the front is it's based on Star Trek, created by Gene and Roddenberry.
No, it's not.
And
no,
yeah,
no.
It's like it's just really bad. Yeah,
they could have just come up with some whole new original thing and just not make this Star Trek at all, right? Just take the name off it and come up with something. Because you already took from Dune, you took from Suicide Squad, you took from Indiana Jones, you took. I mean,
someone else mentioned that they took from the show Lucifer. I never watched this, but someone
that was a great show.
somebody mentioned that kind of takes a little bit off of that as well. That, you've got the sort of the evil person from another dimension who opens a nightclub.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Lucifer, and then he would call it. He'd say, "Detective." That was actually a really fun show, and of course, that's based on a comic book, of course, by He Who Shall Not Be Named Anymore. But yeah, it was that was a great show. I loved that show. Yeah, but nothing really to do with DC Comics other than they had a cameo of the actor in Crisis. He played it, but his portrayal of the devil was fantastic. So yeah, that's right. I didn't think of that till with the devil in the nightclub. Yeah, and no post credit surprise. I didn't say anything. Yeah, so it was really. I was watching some of the spoiler reviews a few days ago, and they was watching Chris Gore, and I think Alan had seen it. He's like asking who the cameos were, and he's like cold. He's like, I'm going to tell you cold for everything. So I guess it was that was the big
Jamie
big
Lee
cameo with Jamie.
was the big one.
So even Lasher agrees that the anime writing and stuff is better in the chat there.
Well, that's kind of the whole thing that's happening now is that television, film, comic books in the U.S. have taken such a severe dive. About the only good entertainment you can find now has to come from elsewhere. And
I'm going to go watch Cowboy Bebop. If I'd watched this, I'd have to go watch Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic series.
Yeah. Or Space Adventure Cobra, which they stole, Total Recall is based on. There's a big argument. It's finally starting to come out. People are noticing that the whole first episode of Space Adventure Cobra is Total Recall, but then it came out before Total Recall.
Yeah,
it's like, and I watched it. I was like, oh my god, I know this.
Let's see. Is there any stunt casting in here? I'm trying to see if anyone names George's father. Let's see. There's no stunt casting here. No kids of famous actors. All right. Yeah. So, but I didn't think the actors were all that bad in this. It's just the dialogue is just so horrendous that it's tough for them to survive.
Finn Royugrok, I don't know how to say that name, who played Fuzz. No, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. That's just horrendous. Yeah. That was horrendous.
That was awful. The rest of everyone else, fine. They're actors. They show up and they read their words, and they do their best to portray a character. But yeah, the laughing Vulcan character guy with the Irish accent, whatever. Me. Yeah. Oh.
But of course, maybe he's a good actor, and they told him to do that. I guess I don't know.
It's possible. You get good actors that take bad roles. It happens.
Yeah. But. Control Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah. Dromdahl, Melanie Machancho, Jordy Lambert, the computer. Yeah, there's no stunt casting that I can. Yeah, sometimes they'll have like the ship's computer.
There's a fight coordinators there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know any of those people, but
no. But yeah, there's nothing. I always like checking the credits to see if there's anything, interesting there. Yeah.
Well, they try to put something funny in there.
Yeah, but manga is taking over. I mean, I'm a huge, traditional comic book collector, and that was one thing I was still get making fun of is for showing my comic books I buy, and then Clobby's comic book shirt. What did Mark buy this week? Let's make fun of him. Yeah, and some of it I just buy. I've had you've got the runs going in comics, so I've got a lot of runs, and you just don't want to break it up, right? If you're a collector, and it's like, why are you still buying that? Just stop buying it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. My son, he's a teenager now. He's read a few of the collections, like older, U.S. comics that I have.
Yep.
Classic stuff from the 80s and 90s. Some earlier from that, but that's about it. He's not interested in modern comics in the U.S., but he reads manga like mad. We finally got subscription to a service where he can just read whatever the hell he wants, because there's no way we can afford to buy all the books he wants to read. So he just reads them digitally now.
What is
my
it called?
son's
Like a group of the comics into like a you know what I mean, a collection, like a book or something. What's that called again?
Trade paperback.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, trade paperback, or you could also sometimes what do they call it? Omnibus, if it's a really big one.
Yeah, the big one's omnibus.
The big one's omnibus. The smaller one's a trade paperback. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. An evil compendium. Yep. Is this true, Action Com? Are you joking here? For Jamie Lee Curtis, they promised to release her from future Halloween franchise movies if she did this. Yeah.
Well,
that's a good one.
After this, she might have to take one of those roles again.
Yeah,
just because they were like, nah, we don't.
after this and Borderlands.
Borderlands. Did you watch that? I heard it was horrendous.
I could not bring myself to watch it. I really enjoyed the first few games, and I was like, this movie looks dreadful.
I almost went to go see that, and then people were like, don't. And I was like, I'll make my own opinion. But then I was like, nah, I'm not going to go. And then seeing clips and stuff of it,
I joked with my son.
Terrible.
I joked with my son that we might sit down and watch it someday, and he's like, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can watch it. It's too bad.
And JT comment, I noticed that too. I was gonna comment. The way he said it was funny.
Yeah, and Old Green One pointed out, like with the Ghost in the Shell and the success, they made a series out of that, but they kept it true to form and touching on what he said, good writing and good acting. So the series was good too. Like the individual shows of it. It's just, they just stuck with what was made the movie great.
Yeah. And don't quote that, JT Kirk. Don't clip that, please. Yep. But just this is I'd give this an F. I mean, it's not even, you can't even give it like a D-. I mean, just that one scene where the lead character said, I hid the widget so we couldn't drive the ship. Alok, that was, he's a strategic mastermind, but they say in Wikipedia, call him the strategic mastermind. But it was just really, there was nothing even like, once in a while there's like a scene you could say, oh, that scene was good, or that was at least okay to watch, or like in Shang-Chi, that opening bus scene I thought was phenomenal fight. No matter what you think of the rest of the movie, I did like the choreography on that bus scene fight. But
it sounds really bad. So
don't watch it, Courtney. Yep, don't watch it. Yep.
I want to watch the old original, like Star Trek. Like I like old stuff. I don't even want to watch new. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's depressing. It would start. It's one thing to watch, like Voyager, where there's probably more bad episodes than not, but most 99% of the time it seems like Star Trek, and you can see what's happening, right? But this was just a big miss. But it's sad that we can't even manage to copy Farscape or Babylon 5, right? Yeah. I mean, copy some good stuff. Or I did just get Blake 7 on Blu-ray.
Oh, yes.
Thankfully.
That's excellent.
So I got to review that. Yeah, the special features. I'm really looking forward to the special features, and maybe I'll do that as like a members thing. We can watch the.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome together. Do the special features.
Yeah,
because
you can't show it on here, obviously.
Yeah,
I do that now. What's the big deal about Blu-ray? I've never ever had a Blu-ray, like anything that.
Well, you can do it on your PS5 now, right? That has the blue.
What's the big deal? And I got a new TV. I got a
there you go.
Like it's nice, it's sweet.
Yeah. So
what's just the resolution?
Blu-ray is in high definition, so it's got about 4 times the picture of DVD resolution wise. So
a lot more. Okay, it pops out more and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It won't be as blurry.
Yeah, just a higher quality picture. sharper
It's
picture.
weird that I like old blurry black and white movies.
Wait till you see a sharp 4K black and white movie.
Oh wow!
Oh man, I have some. I got some of the old last Christmas. I got some of the old Universal monster movies.
Monsters. I knew you were going to say that, man. I was thinking Creature of the Black Lagoon immediately.
Yeah, that they completely rescanned them and cleaned them up and put them in 4K. They're amazing.
Yeah,
it's just gorgeous.
No, it's nice. Yeah, and Lenrod's putting in the resolution there. So, always remember when I had I had DVD for and then I bought a Blu-ray. I think my first Blu-ray player was actually for my PC. If I remember, yeah, it was for my PC.
I had a computer that you could play Blu-ray on, but I just never.
Yeah.
I understand it, so I never.
Well, this was in the 2000 or whatever. It was like early on in Blu-ray, and I think the first Blu-ray players were only in computers. I could be wrong, or probably weren't, but maybe more affordable, I should say, probably were in a computer. So I think the first Blu-ray I rented was RoboCop from our video store, and that was like Blu-ray rentals are $5, and then I remember I got Blade Runner, and I had Blade Runner on DVD, obviously.
Yes.
And I said, well, let me watch on Blade Runner. And the big building that's a pyramid in the beginning of Blade Runner with all the lights, and on the DVD they're all kind of fuzzy lights, and then I'm playing it on the Blu-ray and they're pinpoints of light. I'm like, mother fuddruckers, not gonna rebuy everything in Blu-ray now.
Yeah. And that Blu-ray release is amazing. You get the final. I'm assuming you're talking about the final cut that has all the other cuts in it.
Well,
too?
eventually, then I bought that later.
Okay.
I had the DVD of that was just the DVD of one of those box sets.
Yeah.
And then I got the Blu, but it was just the upgrade, seeing the difference. I'm like, well, maybe most movies I won't buy on Blu-ray, just a few. And then when I saw how good it looked, the upgrade from DVD to Blu-ray is massive.
Oh, I wonder if they've done. I have this weird obsession with like the 1960s beach party movies with Frankie Avalon and Annette Funicello.
Nice.
It was like all high def.
Yeah, Beach Blanket and Bingo has definitely been released on Blu-ray.
It has?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I love those movies for some reason.
So I'm a home theater geek, so I was an early adopter of HD DVD.
Oh,
even before Blu-ray. Yeah. And you know what? They did all right. Most of the publishers after HD DVD went the way of the dodo. A lot of the publishers actually offered you discount things so you could upgrade to the Blu-rays.
Oh, they did? No, that's pretty.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. I have 7 or 8 of them that were I originally had the HD DVDs, and then they gave you some credits to be able to buy the Blu-rays. So, yeah.
Oh,
That's
I know.
nice, yeah.
There's like my ex-husband has this gigantic TV, like it's huge in the living room, so clear that I feel like the people are coming out at me, or like you could walk.
Yeah,
that freaks me out for some reason. It's like too much.
Well, 3D TVs died. That ended, but yeah, the pictures are so much better now, and
the
Blu-ray is
sound
much better.
everywhere.
The sound is a lot better too. Yeah, so I have a semi-decent sound system, and I've got the the Atmos speakers, and but one of my favorite Blu-rays to watch is the Last Waltz, the concert, and when you turn on the uncompressed sound on that, just the room lights up. Or any of the Beatles special editions. One of the last albums they didn't come out with a Blu-ray. I was so mad. I can't remember which album was it. Was it Abbey Road they didn't do the Blu-ray for? Or one of the albums they didn't do the Blu-ray, but a bunch of the Beatles out, like the White Album or Sgt. Pepper, they have a Blu-ray version of the audio remixed by Giles Martin, son of George Martin. And it's just a phenomenal mix. And when you flip it, you go to that uncompressed. It's just amazing how good it sounds. And I have a really nice Oppo Blu-ray player, which unfortunately they got out of the Blu-ray business, but thankfully I have a nice Blu-ray player. I'm dreading, God forbid, if that ever if that ever breaks, but yeah, because someday, yeah, what if you can't buy? There's not that many companies buying making Blu-rays anymore, right? There's just only a few Blu-ray players. Yeah.
Yeah, well, a bunch of the companies are getting out of physical media altogether, which is a huge mistake. There's a lot of people out there who want to be able to buy their stuff in the highest quality possible. It's not just about the availability of it. Yeah, you can get it on streaming, but you don't get all the extras. You don't get that uncompressed, video, the really high quality audio. You miss out on a lot of that streaming.
Yeah, no, it's too bad. Yep. And hail to Davina, and she says, Blu-ray has been good, but 4K Ultra HD was terrible format due to the restrictions.
I think that's what my new TV is.
Yeah. If you bought a new TV, if you bought a TV in the last 2 or 3 years, it was probably a 4K of some variety.
What's the 4K?
Yeah.
I think it's a 2024. So
4K, and so 4K is, so your Blu-ray is around 1080p is what it can show. A 4K TV is 4 times that resolution. So it's quite a bit higher quality, but actually a lot of Blu-rays, TVs will do, depending on the quality of the TV, a lot of them will do a pretty good job upscaling that picture, so it looks pretty good on a 4K TV.
Like editor or something where you can, I don't know what never mind. I can't explain it. But you can make things look better. You know what I mean? Like
what they want to do is you want to get as close to that movie theater experience as possible.
Yeah.
So when DVD came out, we were like, oh my God, this is so amazing over the the VHS tapes. And being a Star Trek fan, I remember.
Well, remember Laserdisc though?
Remember
those?
Oh yes,
classics.
Yep, I still have some, but I remember I'm like, Dad, you got to buy a 4-head VHS player so I can pause Star Trek so I can look at the ships. So we had this VHS, and you could pause it and like see the starships, and we play it in slow motion. And it was still pretty wonky today, compared to today. You push the button, and you not always, but if you could pause a 4-head VCR, and then didn't they have 6-head VCRs at one point, or 8 heads? Like
I don't know what you mean by. I just had a
read. Yeah, they had the cheaper VCRs only had 2 heads, so in terms of reading the tape, so you could actually pause the tape and see what was happening.
Where would they? Because there's only the 2 like whole things in a VHS.
Well, no, and the actual physical reader on the tape, they called it like a 4-head.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little rotating drum with some magnetic heads on it that would read the actual magnetic information on the tape. And if you had just had 2, then you were getting all of the picture. But if you had 4, then you could sort of get multiple lines at the same time, which on a VHS, that would be an interlaced picture. So you could get one solid picture out of those interlaced layers off the tape.
Well, you lost me on that, but I also
that's how Mark could see the Star Trek Enterprise paused in Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
And it was because John Mayer didn't let me cheat on him. Cheat. I wanted to look at his answers. I have a vendetta against him now. I'm still stuck in class in middle school. I got typewriters. That's where I am. I never went past.
But yeah, you want to get as close as you can to that, theater experience. So that's why a lot of people are staying home and not going to the, the movies too, because just wait for streaming, right? And you don't have to worry about other annoying people in the movie theater. And if you've got an 85-inch TV or projector, a good sound system, I love the movie theater experience.
The resolution is 4 times HD, because you're talking about both horizontal and vertical. So it's you've got twice as many on the horizontal and twice as much on the vertical. So it's 4x.
Yeah.
Isn't there 8K?
There is 8K. Yeah. I don't see that being adopted very quickly. The truth is that 4K is a lot more than most people care about. It's a lot more than most consumers would care about having. It's really only the enthusiasts.
Yeah.
And the 4K resolution is very close to the grain quality on a 35 millimeter film.
Oh, wow.
And so for most films, you're not going to see much of a benefit in jumping to 8K. You're not really going to get
Yeah.
anything more.
I just saw that.
Yeah.
I missed Sin too. That's another one I missed.
Yeah, so Lasher's asking 4K, is it worth it? Does it play Blu-rays? Some of my DVDs and Blu-rays I can't rebuy. The first 4K I got was Unforgiven, huge Clint Eastwood fan. And of course, if you're going from, it depends on the movie. I don't think it's a must-have going from Blu-ray to 4K, but I am rebuying my favorites in 4K. Now, a lot of times you got to watch, in terms of, the quality of the transfer, and like Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is horrible, but, Midnight's Edge and Tom and lots of people do some great, reviews of Blu-rays and 4Ks. And, and Tom, of course, does that great show, reviewing, the quality of the actual Blu-rays, and 4K.
Yeah.
But I'd say save it for like your most favorite stuff, I would say.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Art, too?
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, first of all, a 4K player is quite expensive. A 4K Blu-ray player is pretty expensive, at least to get a good one. And yes, it will play everything. It'll play your DVDs. It'll play your Blu-rays. It'll play all of those things just fine. And in fact, if you get a decent 4K player, it probably also has a pretty solid upscaler built into it. And so then your regular Blu-rays are actually going to look pretty good once you've blown that up on the 4K TV. But I've been collecting more and more 4K stuff just because I've been catching things on sale when I can find them. When they do Amazon Prime Day or whatever, I'm watching to be like, what can I pick up for $10 or $12, right? So, but then, some are just Christmas presents and stuff like that. But yeah, the 4K stuff, if you've bought the player, you can actually find some pretty decently priced discs if you're just watching for them on sale, but they are going to be more expensive than Blu-ray. Typically, depending on the movie and the number of extras and how many discs and stuff, you're going to pick up a lot of Blu-ray stuff today for $12-14 most of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe even cheaper.
The PlayStation 5 that I won, that plays all like everything like that. Is that just a lower quality?
It'll do Blu-ray. It won't do 4K. The 4K Blu-rays, yeah, but it will do regular Blu-rays. And actually, the PlayStation is actually a really great Blu-ray player.
Oh, cool.
They didn't.
It's a really
the new
good
one doesn't do 4K. The new latest.
No, it doesn't have the 4K stuff.
Wow.
In it. No.
Could they update that with a firmware update or a patch?
Probably not.
No, it's a physical.
Yeah,
physical thing. Wow.
It's more of a physical.
I'm surprised they didn't go 4K with that. I'm surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it does have the standard Blu-ray player in it, and actually, it's an excellent Blu-ray player. The all the way back to the PlayStation 3, which was the first console to have a Blu-ray player. The Sony they play really, really good. As a Blu-ray player, they've got all of that tech built in there for displaying video games. They're using all of that stuff for the upscaling of the and playing the videos. So
yeah,
my first Blu-ray movie is gonna be an event.
Yeah, so and Davina's got a good point here. Yeah, I heard 4K is good, but some new releases are not true 4K masters.
That is very true.
Great point. Yeah, so you got to check.
Very true.
If you're wasting your money buying something that's just been computer upscaled.
Yeah. James Cameron, that SOB.
Right.
Yeah, releasing Aliens, and I guess The Abyss is okay. I have not bought that one, but I've heard that The Abyss is decent. He did actually do a decent job of like rescanning the film to get it higher quality and redoing the effects.
But Aliens, he didn't. He just
Aliens was a bunch of it is just upscaled, and it's with like AI upscaling and stuff.
Horrendous.
It's dreadful.
I think that's something that my TV will do. That's what I meant by the director thing, because it says it's an AI. It says AI on the TV.
Oh, everything says AI on it now.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably can do some upscaling though.
Every time I go to do something on my computer, it's like, would you like the AI to do this for you? I'm like, no, I just want to type. Leave me alone. So would you like AI to do this for you? Yep. Let's check Amazon 4K Blu-ray player. Let's see. Best Buy is probably a good place to go to too, but
Best Buy just had
Sony 189, UBP XM 700. Yeah, so it looks like there's another Sony 178, Panasonic. Yeah, so that's not cheap too. There's a Panasonic.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
$400.
I'm looking at. I'm trying to remember. I think I paid around $279 for mine. They've probably come down a little bit.
Yeah.
But like $250 probably would be where you would be getting into the better quality players. Part of the problem with the cheaper 4K players is they are extremely slow. They like you put the disc in and you're sitting there waiting for it to load forever.
Yeah, the computer brain in there is
yeah.
This shot. Yeah.
Well,
So like here's a good one. I'll just throw this in the chat just so you guys can see that one. But yeah, here's a Panasonic 4K.
Yeah.
It looks like it's probably one of the more popular, better ones.
It's funny the prices that you're saying, because I was looking. I ended up going to a Goodwill, but I was looking just for like a VHS player, like to play because I have VHS tapes.
Yeah.
They are so expensive.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, gotta get one in like a thrift store. That's the only way to get it affordable at all.
Oh, the VCRs are expensive now?
Well, they're not making them anymore.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And-
But everyone had one. Yeah. Everyone threw them
And
out.
there's been a bit of a little bit of a comeback for VHS recently.
Yeah.
It's gotten really popular. People have been collecting them, and so now trying to find the players is really hard.
Wow. Do
funny
they have a RCA? They must have RCA to HDMI converters. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of upscalers
One
you
of
can
those,
buy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Upscalers. Yep.
Funny they're speaking of like the VHS, and then like people are into cassette tape, like, which is so weird to me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at that store Five Below, do you guys know Five Below?
Yep.
They actually have little Walkman now that you can play.
Oh, wow.
And I bought one. It was $9.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Well, just to have it, because I was like, I don't know, this is cool. I'm never gonna see this probably again, you know.
Well, of course, I still have a bunch of Walkmans, and I've used them actually to transcribe, to record tapes back into my computer through the analog channel.
Yeah.
And I just put it in the Walkman. Yep.
Oh, that's funny, Mark.
On cassette tape.
Go
Like, I have
ahead. Yep.
dual cassette like boombox thing, and I would like layer all my music that way.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's fun. That's funny, Mark. The link that you shared, I popped over to Amazon to look at that one, and it says last purchased July. So that's the same one that I have.
Oh, you did. That's the same one. Yeah. Yep. Great minds think alike. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the old green one here says, yeah, still can't beat the theater. I'm old, and it's a source of some really memorable times with people I've loved.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The community.
I haven't gone
Yep.
to a movie theater, and I could not tell you how many years now. It might be like 8 or 10 years.
Wow.
I know.
Yep.
You're
We can go
really-
see Captain America and Falcon.
No.
Captain America Falcon movie in
Yeah.
February.
Oh
With
boy.
the Red Hulk. Yep.
Yes, definitely.
Davina is here saying Sony is closing their Blu-ray production plan in February. Oh, I think I read about that. That's horrendous. Yeah, and they're farming out. I would think they're farming it out to another company. Yeah, it's just short-sighted. And yeah, Davina is saying the PS5 has 4K. No, I don't have a PS5.
Okay,
But,
so
but that would be good if they did. I mean,
that's cool.
but yeah, like my kids, they're out of college, just started working, and they never. I think my daughter buys vinyl, just to collect a few, and she's really into music. My sons aren't, but they don't own any physical media. Zero. And growing up with me, who owns like 2,000 movies and a gazillion comic books and physical media all over, but they don't. They watch shows on their phones. I yelled at my son who was watching Game of Thrones on his cell phone. I'm like, put it on the TV.
You can't. Yeah, the battle scenes and stuff. You can't watch that on the phone.
Came out because I like to read an actual book. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about having a book that you're reading, like the physical thing in your hand. But yeah, everything is just going to.
Yeah.
Well, I was always, when Blu-ray came out, I started grabbing some of the old stuff. Like I've got Johnny Quest here, You know.
Oh yeah.
And then the Batman animated series, like Miss Batman was talking about. I have that, but I have that in Blu-ray. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was on
the
sale a
Blu-ray
few
of that
years
is
ago.
the Blu-ray of that is outstanding.
Yeah,
it really is good.
It's good.
It's amazing.
I enabled Clobber Times to buy that. He was so happy because I posted that when that was on sale a few Black Fridays ago, or a couple
I
years
think that's
ago.
probably when I bought mine. It was a couple of years ago, Mark. Maybe.
And he's like, thank you. He's like, so he bought that Blu-ray. So I think they had it for like $30 or something or whatever. It was really cheap.
Yeah, I got that and Batman Beyond.
Nice.
And the whole run of the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited on Blu-ray.
Nice.
Oh, my stuff is different. But like my VHS, my tape collection, I've got like Blazing Saddles because that's fun. I've got like all the Godfathers. Like each of them is 2 tapes. You know, which is 2 tapes.
Yep.
Or no, Apocalypse Now. Sorry, which is 2 tapes.
Oh, I got the redo.
Yeah. Oh, Emperor's NM says, yeah, Lord of the Rings 4K had no special features. Wow. I mean, I've bought them like 6 times over now, and I was going to buy the 4Ks, but wow, no special features. That's
you're just
horrible.
getting the movies on those. Of course, it depends on the package that you buy. There's a few different packages of those, but
I saw all 3 in the theater and fell asleep during every one.
Oh God, don't say
I'm
that.
not gonna lie, I totally fell asleep during every single one.
It's heresy.
Too long. My boy into it, so like every time one came out, I was with him for a long time. And I'd go there and I'd be out. Then I'd wake up and I'd still be like 2 hours left of the movie. God, not over yet.
Emperor's Anna says someone upgraded to Windows 11. I guess eventually you're gonna have to upgrade to Windows 11 because the Windows 10 support's going to be disappearing soon, right?
Yep,
I mean,
10 will be disappearing in October.
Yeah. So my computer keeps asking me to upgrade. Now, one of my laptops I have 11 on, and it's been okay, I guess.
Yeah,
once you get used
it's
to it.
It's all right.
It's not. I don't like the interface, but on the finding programs, the menu is. I like the start menu on Windows 10, but you can also buy a program that gets that back for you.
Oh, you can?
It's Stream or I can't remember the name of it, but if you Google like Windows 10 interface, StarDock, I think is the name of the company.
Yeah, StarDock has been around for a while.
Yeah, I've bought their products, especially when Windows 8 came out. You had to use StarDock on Windows 8 to get the Windows 7 interface because Windows 8 was the biggest disaster.
That was
in the multiverse. So remember I had clients that upgraded to Windows 8 and couldn't use their computers. My dad couldn't find, he's an older dude. God bless him. Like, who messed up my computer? I cannot find anything on my computer. Mark, what did you do to my computer? I'm like, I didn't do anything. Go yell at Bill Gates. I'm like, it was such a cluster F on that because they tried to do the integrate the Windows CE interface or the mobile interface into
they wanted
Windows
it to be
8.
the same desktop and mobile, so it was all touch enabled.
So bad.
Yeah, it was a mess.
It was so bad. Yeah.
With the 11, because my laptop came with it, is that remember, Mark, I wanted to download all my old stuff and I bought a external hard drive. I can't figure out where anything is because it's not the same. You know what I mean? Like going to like your C drive or whatever.
Yep.
It's been a disaster trying to have it figured out. But yeah, Windows 11 it's just not. I don't know. It's not like natural when you compared to when you're used to the older, I guess.
Yeah, change can be bad. Yeah.
You're right about the start menu. That's like a huge difference.
Yeah, the menu system's a lot different now. They want you to use the search or I usually just put them on my taskbar now. I just pin everything with a taskbar that I use all the time, but it can be annoying. Yeah. Oh, and Davina says Cyberlink's Power DVD, which I used to use years ago. I use VLC more often now, but removed 4K support last year. Wow, they took off 4K support in Power DVD. Wow. Yeah, it's very tough to play a Blu-ray on a computer now. There were some wonky programs I found, and then there's some special hacks. There's like a Pioneer DVD you can buy. I think it was was it that had sent it to me, the information. Like, yeah, it's not easy to play a Blu-ray on a PC, which is crazy.
Yeah, well, it's not easy. It's not easy on a Mac either. It doesn't
Right?
doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
I messed up
right?
Yeah.
Factory reset, and I missed that because I have this cheap laptop now with the 11, the Windows 11. But I had a 2019. I mean, it's a little older now, but MacBook Pro, and I tried to I'm just an idiot. I tried to do something with the security settings, and now nothing works. So I have to get it reset. It's been 2 years. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
But
and then Oliver says, "Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah." Oliver has any thoughts on Daredevil Born Again trailer? We're gonna cover that next week because I keep putting that on the Sunday Night Geekery, but it looks like a thumbs up so far. And they redid they were shooting on. They redid 8 episodes. They just threw away everything. I think
just chucked them out and started over. I mean, at least it seems like they were listening to somebody saying, try again. This isn't working. But yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean try number 2 was much better. But I guess we'll see.
Hopefully it is. Yeah, because the original take I had didn't have Foggy in it, didn't have Karen Page in it, or the actor and actress. And people were just up in arms, like, how can you do that? So, but yeah, so far it looked good. We'll do a deep dive into that one. I got to clip that one, and we'll get into that. But I think I'm trying to catch him in the chat. I think it's hit the 2 a.m. mark. It got late early, and so let's.
We were just engrossed in talking about the incredible new Star Trek film. That we got this week.
It's been so good, yeah, and we have so many people. We've got 69 people in the chat right now, which is awesome. And no, I really appreciate the everyone who's hanging out here tonight, and maybe let's see who is on the panel. So we've got me, Dave C, It's Courtney, and Professor R2. Well, we have so many comments too. That's what happens when you keep showing I know what streamer should fix that. Why did the names disappear when you show a comment?
You can actually. I think you can. No, maybe not.
You can't. No, the comments disappear. Oh, Davina said, there was no point having 4K because everyone moved to Windows 11. Oh, you can't do 4K in Windows 11, I guess, or
Davina mentioned it. Yeah, there was something to do with doing 4K playback through Windows systems required a special security chip that was security stuff that was built into the Intel processors, and then Intel just ditched it. And so, yeah,
for
none of the software,
for copy
protection stuff, so they ditched it, and so then you couldn't do it anymore.
Oh my God. Yeah, because I like backing up my stuff too.
Yeah.
And it was JT who had sent me that information on.
You can back up a 4K Blu-ray. You have to get a little
Mark MKB
gray market to do so, but you can.
You can, right? Yeah, security crap. Yeah.
He just said, by the way, the other comment, Disney. It just kind of messes everything up.
Is there any Hot Wheels fans out there?
My brother and I used to. Well, it was more my brother, but he had.
I think there's an announcement that Mattel and Ferrari are teaming up to launch Hot Wheels collection.
What?
I'm not a
big
Hot Wheels person.
As much as Ferrari, is it? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd rather that than Mattel and Jaguar.
Oh.
Jaguar.
They call it something else nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
We'll skip that.
Right. Yep. All right. Well, let's. I want to thank. Now we had an awesome time talking Section 31. You get some Ben. No, Ben and Jerry's here. They're too liberal for me. But we don't do politics here. Oops, I said it. I'm in trouble. Yep. But well, first of all, Professor R2, it was awesome having you on the show, and I apologize for not having you on earlier when we did Section 31.
That's all right.
You threw it out on the chat. You threw it out. But,
I volunteered for this. It's fine.
You volunteered for.
You know what? It's group therapy is what it is.
Like all the knowledge you have. I've been learning, so that's been really cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Glad to be here.
And here's another important safety tip.
It's because a droid don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose.
Right, R2? Right? Yeah.
Indeed.
Let the Wookiee win. Yep. It was great having you, and we'll have to hang out some more online here for maybe it's for some good stuff, right? Yep. But this was a lot of fun.
Hey, that was,
Oh, and you,
I know who that was.
and you do have the Spiro R2 unit, which is awesome. I figured you'd have to have.
Oh,
that.
oh yeah. No, I bought that as soon as I saw that was available.
That is amazing, isn't it?
It is so much fun. Yeah, it's great.
Do you still use it once in a while for fun?
I still turn it on, and play around with it once in a while. Yeah, it's just on a shelf right behind me here.
Yep. That's all. And I had the wrist controller for mine too. I bought.
Yeah, mine came with that when I bought it. Yeah, with the little Force wrist controller thingy. Yep.
Yeah. Because the bad thing is,
I have like all toys. Like I really do.
Oh God, yeah.
Coolest thing ever.
You have to. My old Windows phone, Windows phone, jeez, my Android phone, phone, it's not upgraded. I had to put the APK on it, side load it to control the R2 unit. My latest Windows phone, that it won't work when I tried to play it, so I have to save that old phone forever because you can't put it on your iPad anymore. When I tried to run that, they do have like a generic just drive the droid. But when I was showing it when I was on with Retro Nerd Girl, and then I was like, "Oh my God, it's not working on my Android phone." There's a way you can, upload the program that you can download it, and Spiro made it available. The APK.
Phone anymore.
Yeah. Did you ever try out watching a movie with R2?
I've never tried that. How good is this? It
was pretty funny. Because he'll react to certain things that happen on the screen because it just has a little timing set up for different actions. So he'll make a little somber cry when you've got got Han Solo and Empire getting frozen in carbonite and scream when he sees Luke falling down, stuff like that. It's pretty funny.
So how is just the timing mechanism?
I think so. You have to have your phone running at the same time. So what I think it's doing, it's picking up occasional sounds from your stereo, from playing the movie, and so it's keeping the timing up by knowing the sounds that are playing from the film. So
yeah. So that's how it works. Yeah,
like an actual action figure or something, and it makes like what is it?
It's a robot. No, it's a Sphero robot.
Yep,
it's a robot. Yeah, little mini R2. Yep.
So cool.
It was available maybe like 4 or 5 years ago or more. And then
it's been a little while. But yeah,
and Spiro lost the license, or I assume they lost, or that Lucas wanted to charge too much for the license or something, so they had to, or they probably wanted to sell their own R2 unit. So
I don't know. Some of
they stopped.
Just respond. I was in like the toy aisle at Burlington. I always go in and look because they have the cheaper figures and stuff. And there were all these baby dolls, and all of a sudden they all started moving. There was like 20 of them. They all started crying like.
Oh my God!
And I was like, "What?" I scared the crap out of me.
Oh, last year, we're talking. Let me share my screen real quick. The Spiro R2 unit, because I don't have. Well, mine's on the desk back there. I don't have my camera set up. Let's see, Spiro R2 unit. One of the best. I mean, just an amazing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, they initially did the BB-8 because that was actually they worked with Lucasfilm, I guess, on the tech to make the original BB-8 work, the live robot. So they because they had the little Sphero balls that you could buy and roll around with.
Yeah.
When they made
the first robot was a ball. Yeah, it was just a ball robot. Yeah.
Do you guys have you ever seen them? The big robots in the grocery stores. They actually have like name tags on, and they put like big googly eyes on them. They look like the housekeeper on the Jetsons. I can't even think of her name right now, but you know what I'm talking about, that robot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They clean there to like sweep or clean the floor, but I think it's got cameras and it's like watching people for stealing and stuff. But they have one at my mom's grocery store at the Giant, and I was like, "What the heck is this thing?" And it had like on Wally.
Yep. Oh my God! Look. Oh, they no longer. Oh, they used to. You could download them as of October 1st. Compatible apps. These robots are no longer available for download. They used to make the APK available for download.
Yeah, and there's still some repositories where you can find it, and it's still available on like if you have an iPhone, it's still available on their app store, but they haven't updated it in a long time. So eventually it'll croak. But yeah, they've ditched their entire like licensed toy stuff.
Yeah.
They're entirely education focused now.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Lightning McQueen toy was pretty amazing too.
It was pretty neat too. Yeah.
Oh, I had a kid that was obsessed with that character. I never even saw Cars, but it was always Lightning McQueen. One of my.
Yeah. So here's the drawer. They must sell for a pretty penny right now. I'm sure. These if you try to buy them. Yeah, because the way the the leg comes up and down, and yeah, it's just an amazing just go. You can see everything happening on the droid. Yeah, it was just it was really, really well done. Yeah.
Did any of you
All right.
building robots?
I've never built a robot. Nope.
I had a friend in high school that was all about that. So I was just wondering if any of you guys were.
Well, I stand corrected. No, I was a robot for many Halloweens, but that was tinfoil over cardboard boxes. But yeah,
I can a robot on the dance floor.
Yeah.
Like Osmo on South Park.
Yep. All right. Well, now we're really gonna get out of here. We're having too much fun, but I got to get to work tomorrow. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're gonna get something to eat. We didn't even do eatery.
Yeah, we didn't do eatery. Yeah. But
oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. But you guys are 2 hours later. It's only 12:18 here. So.
Oh yeah. You're back in time. Yep. So you have time to go watch Section 31 now, and it won't be too late for you. But,
I think about the gym.
Divina says, "Great show." Well, thank you, much appreciated. So again, thank you to Tom for sending and Nick Weiser and et al. For sending the raid over. Thank you again for R2. This won't be the last time, despite the horror of Section 31.
No.
Thank you, Dave C.
You're welcome,
Courtney. So let me put everyone's channel on the list here. So Courtney, you're back streaming a little bit, right? So
yeah, I'm going to be. I have a couple things that I'm actually going to be doing very, very soon. I keep saying that, but I've been busy with other things. So
well, it's good to see you, Courtney. By the way,
yeah,
good to meet you, R2, Professor R2.
Yes, wonderful to meet you.
Yeah, and sub to Courtney there, everyone. Make sure you click on that link.
Like that on Discord, on X, on Instagram. So I keep that same tag.
Everywhere. It's Courtney. Yep.
Yeah.
And here's Dave's channel. Now, R2, do you have a channel, or are you just on? You're just on with Price of Reason now.
I do have a channel. I have one video on there that I made just for fun. But I might end up doing something with it a little bit later. I'm not sure, but yeah.
But you're usually on with Price.
Yeah, I'll be on Tuesdays and Thursday evenings with Price at 11:45 Eastern. Yeah, doing the Night Owl, just talking about
the Night Owl,
news and culture and all sorts of stuff.
You guys are great.
It was time. It was middle night. Just go forever.
So here's Price of Reason's channel. That's where you can find R2. And yeah, you guys do a great job with that show. It's
thanks. Yeah,
it's really, really, really good. And a lot of times I'm lurking there late night, trying to finish my work for the next day. But you guys have a really good analysis on everything, and you guys make a good team together.
Thanks.
Yep.
Lemon pie, hi.
Lemon pie says, "I've already submitted to Courtney." I meant
Neil before Courtney.
He's funny.
Neil before Courtney. Yeah, the supplicant. Yeah. And Jonathan Conroy says, "Good stream, keep it up." Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Yeah. Oh, and Rob subbed to Price earlier today. Oh, and before we before we head out, of course, I always want to thank all the channel members who make all these cool icons possible. So we got the Gorn here, we got Supergirl, we got Blake 7, and of course helping to pay for StreamYard and all these reviews and everything that takes to do a YouTube channel. It's not easy. So, but it's you guys make it all worth it. So, let me thank all our channel members here, because we got to do that. So let me view my members here. Let's see, where does it? StreamYard always hides these things. Well, not StreamYard. YouTube always changes things around. Let's see. See, here we go. Okay. So let me go from newest to oldest. So Alaska Jeff, thank you. Phantom Outsider, Philip Story, 70s, Admiral Teague, Stark of Iron, Metalorian, Nick Weiser, Dadman, RRTNZ, Max Redstone, RobAltis, Wes Cagle, DJ Ronnie G, Christian Delorme, Dave, thank you, Dave. Shooter, the great Eric K, Anti-Derivative Jill, JT Kirk, and thank you again tonight for those super chats, JT Kirk, and the great Brian Hepburn. So thank you, everyone. Super appreciated, and thank you for helping to support the channel and keep the lights on. So all right, so next this week I will be doing Toxic Tuesday, of course. The movie will be Walk Hard, a comedy. Yep. So we're going to the comedy route. I think this month after Equalizer 3. So looking forward to that with the gang, and of course we'll be back next Sunday with more Sunday Night Geekery, and we'll see what the big releases are this week. And you never know what we'll talk about, but yeah, we won't be talking about Section 31 anymore, I think.
I
should hope not.
Watch it, and I'll come back with my whole opinion.
Courtney's going to go watch it. Oh God, Courtney, don't.
No, thank you.
Don't do that. Yeah, God save Courtney. Yep. Right. So yeah, but yeah, I really appreciate everyone hanging out here. And oh, and R2, did you just become a YouTube member?
I did. It's funny, actually. I've been meaning to do it for a few weeks, but I'm usually watching on my iPad, and it's a little weird trying to sign up for memberships on the iPad. So.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very nice of you. That was very nice of you. I appreciate it. Yep. So, we got to play something for that. What do I have? Star Wars that's hiding out here. Let's see. We got to play something Star Wars for Professor R2 for becoming a channel member here. I think I have them all. I think I have a lot of Star Wars clips hiding over here on this section here. Let's see.
It's a trap!
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Let's just say we'd like to avoid any imperial entanglements.
No, I am your father.
McClunky.
The classic. Yep. All right, everyone. Well, I'm let's just call out who's active in the chat, because we've got to head on out of here before it gets too late. We always have that's what I always get Tom, because we tease him, because we're like the exit from the show. We're always having so much fun. But still active in the chat are RobAltis, Lenrod, Lemon Pie, Lasher, and Emperor's NM. And anyone else I missed, I should call everyone out. But I really appreciate you being here. That was a great. Oh, and Jonathan as well. Yep, Lemon Pie, Lenrod. We got RobAltis. Yep, just the last few people. Thank you. Yep,
Brian Hepburn.
Brian Hepburn. Yep. So thank you, everyone, and yeah, have a great, safe week. And I guess I'm gonna have to root against the Eagles against the Chiefs. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I know Courtney wants me to root for the Eagles, right?
Well, I call it that. It's happened twice. This is the second time now. I called it. I knew it was going to happen.
There you go. Right?
Coach, now he's the Chiefs coach. So and he's such a nice guy. So I like that he's kind of having his moments, I feel like.
Yep.
He's proud.
I'm a Giants fan. I don't want to root for the Eagles, but I don't want the Chiefs to win either.
Oh,
but...
well, I didn't want the Commanders to win. Well, the Washington football team, I call it, because that's my ex. So we have like the competition. And today he was just like, I don't want to talk about it.
Right? All right. Well, whoever your team is, as long as you're not a Taylor Swift fan, come back. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. If you like Taylor Swift, please come back. All right, everyone. Have fun storming the castle. Take care. God bless. Good night.
Fun storming the castle.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Still here? It's over. Go home.